Okay, good afternoon, chaps. Hope everyone is well. Growl Daddy, how you doing? How you doing, Sam? How you doing, What? JP, good day, everyone. Okay, excellent. Okay, so a bit of a frustrating day yesterday. That trade, I noticed Mac marked it as a higher risk trade. So I think it was good. If you put a tick below it, I think it was good for 1.5, but it was just one of those. I'll tell you what, we've got 5 more minutes. Hey, Bob. Hey, Rodian, how you doing? So let's just have a quick look at it. That wasn't it, was it? Where was it? I forget what it was now. That was it there. Okay, so yeah, so I noticed, was chatting in the Facebook group, some had the channel like that, and in my opinion, this is the first touch. This is only really the first touch, I'd say, and this maybe I'd prefer this. So I didn't have it. Some had it like that, and I think the general consensus is if you had it like that, it was coming away from the side of the channel, which loses momentum. So yeah, I get that. But I had it like this, and in all fairness, I had it like that. And in all fairness, that channel was nice. What I will say is we got a small break and a new low by 1 tick. So I didn't really notice that at the time. Sometimes when you've been sat here for 3.5 hours, you're that desperate for a trade, and you're focusing on this bit and you're not seeing that. So in all fairness, we had a small break and 1 tick lower, so that had played out. But it was a second entry, but it was a bit wicky there. I think it was mentioned, it might have been Brandt mentioned, a bit wicky, I can't remember. And not only that, it is a little bit congested. So what I like to do sometimes is get out before the end of these bars, before the wicks properly started. If I'd have done that, I'd have got me points, and there was probably a 1.25 there, something like that. Yeah, something like that, depending on where you took it. But it's one of those trades that we got a leg and a leg. We hadn't made the leg, so it could have come down to here, couldn't it? So it's just one of those trades, which is a second entry long. The context is right, but you know, if you look at the fine detail, it is a little bit congested. We have technically had a break and made a new tick. A new low by 1 tick. So it's one of those trades that a lot of the times will work. Now, if I remember rightly, the thingy was down here. The what's the word I'm looking for? The measured move was down here. So these measured moves are usually really accurate, but it's just one of those things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. If that had gone for 3 points, we wouldn't have been having the conversation last night. It's just one of those unfortunate things. But if I remember rightly, the measured move hadn't hit. We were here, yeah, it was nowhere near it really. Usually they're dead accurate, so I thought second entry short, we've had 2 pushes up. I thought we're at least going to, I mean, I had mine down here, which is probably a couple of ticks short. It's just one of those unfortunate things. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, you could argue a small break, new low by 1 tick, a little bit of congestion, but so many times a trade like that'll work. But it's just one of those things. It's a bit frustrating when you sit through, you know, what was it? What time was that trade? That trade was after 6 o'clock. So we'd sat there for 3.5 hours. And it is a bit frustrating when you sit there for 3.5 hours and you take a loss, but well, it happens. You've got to live with it and move on, haven't you? But yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't think there was much else later on, was there? I mean, you can't sit here forever and a day, can you? There was a failure there, I suppose. In fact, a couple of people put that last night. That triggered, came down for a bit. And in all fairness, if you'd have gone out the lows, that would have worked, that failure. But there wasn't much in it point-wise. Yeah, so there was a point, really, in all fairness. You'd have got a point there, maximum. So it's just one of those things, isn't it? But such a lot of yesterday was just chop, wasn't it? Loads of chop around here, chop here. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm finding it really hard to find good setups. I don't know whether it's just me or not. I don't know whether my mentality towards looking for setups has changed, and I'm missing some setups. I'm looking for too good of setups. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to say. Actually, there was a trade there. Second entry short, which triggered also a failure. I don't think that was terrible, but trouble is, trades like that, even though they've touched the EMA, cannot work at times like this when times are. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. But I like having a discussion about them, seeing what other people's opinions are. But I am finding it hard to find good setups at the moment now. A lot of people have mentioned that, but I don't know whether it is my mentality's changed a bit. I'm extra safe. Maybe I'm too safe. It's hard to say, really, isn't it? But okay, so who else we missed? Bob, good morning. Rodian, how you doing, pal? Exponential, how are you, mates? Ford. Oh, I got to get that right. Is it Ford? Let's go with that one. I hope I haven't murdered your name. I apologise. Good morning from California. That sounds nice and warm and sunny. Excellent. Alex, how you doing, pal? Graham, afternoon. Graham. Sam, how you doing? Dr. Linney, the dump at the end of day was spicy. Chris James, afternoon. Okay, yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, I know a few people who took that trade and got stung. But it's one of those things. It is frustrating when you take a trade there and get stopped out for a tick and then it tanks. What's that? 20 points? It is frustrating. It is. It's a tough business sometimes, and when the days are choppy. But the more I trade, the more I realise how hard it is. So anyway, market is open now. There is a higher low there. There's technically a failure there. Sometimes if I jump in a bit early, it taxes me. So I'm just going to sit tight at the moment. And rightly so. Let's just get rid of that a minute. Okay, yeah, market is open. Brick, how you doing, pal? So let's see how we get on. We have some news FOMC tonight, 7 o'clock. We'll be done and dusted by then, but it could be one of those. A lot of the times when we have days like that, it just sort of mosey-ons sideways and not a lot of setups, which more or less is what it tends to do anyway. But we seem to be sideways anyway. There's no argument there. We seem to be working between this midline and this bottom, with the exception of that little sort of witch's hat type thing. We had a breakout here. I did look at that. A lot of the times when you go sideways below there, it'll push back in, and it did, but I'm just not a fan of sitting in all that lot. So it's more sitting and waiting. So let's see how we get on. Well, I did the bigger channel, but if we have a bigger channel, it's broken out. It's hard to say. Normally you go over from that first swing, so whether it's something like a spike and channel, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, for me, we're going sideways at the moment, so yeah, it's one of those things. Normally you would go off that first swing, and after that channel, that's your first swing. And if we go off that, it just doesn't work, in my opinion. Or if it does, we've had a break out of it. But in all fairness, I think, for me anyway, see, that's almost like a triple test. I kind of like that bar, but it is congested, and it's bloody big as well. ATR is quite high again. We went for a stage of the ATR being really low, 1.5, 1.3, 1.2, but yesterday it was higher. Today it's higher. So we just got to sit and wait, actually. Not much more we can do, really. Just moves on my screen. So far we seem to be bouncing around about this midline, between the midline and here, so We got a leg up. We could have another leg up. That 4405 order brick, that's been there since yesterday, mate. I remember squeezing my channel up and showing it you down there yesterday, so that's been there since yesterday. So usually that's an area that I believe is an area that's quite secure and less likely to hit, I believe. Exponential, still waiting to see how prices react to 4447. Okay, so we got a leg and a leg. So up to that, the open. In fact, let's put the official open, which is 230, which is there. So it looks like a leg and a leg, a bit higher now. So it'd be interesting to see what happens at this midline, because this is sort of where it seems to be. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to bring that to there actually and just put a line up here, because leg and a leg. It's bouncing off this. So I prefer to get out of this and then okay, so we've got a small break and a new high. Let's see what happens here. It is a steep push up, mate. You're not wrong. Trouble is, there's no real entry there. I did look at that one. Once it starts to go a bit sideways like that, usually when you get a decent sized bar, it pushes in. But I'm just not confident that my trading can deal with the emotions of going sideways at the moment. So. Okay, so we've had a break out of this and a new high. It has broken and closed above this, so whether we'll come back in or whether we'll push up to test the overnight highs, who knows? Yeah, so we've had this break out the bottom, and in a lot of cases we'll get this same at the opposite end, so that just might compensate for this. It might not mean it's carrying on, it may just come back in. It's hard to say at the moment, really, but. There is a lower high there, but I think that's risky. Okay, that's dangerous. That'll be interesting. Strong push up there, triggered and come down. So that's a lower high. So that may trap out those longs if anybody's took the longs. To be fair, it's a bit stuck in the middle of nowhere, to be honest with you. So I think that's risky trying to ride it back to this. And judging by the way that's pushed back up, it's hard to say. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so we may test this top if we can break. If we break below there, I dare say there may be a couple of stops sitting under that green bar there. So if we can get down here, we may bounce off the top, or we may come back in. It's possible. It is a lower high. It hasn't triggered yet. Yeah, you just can't trade this at the moment. There's a couple of potential traps in there, so... yeah, there's some shorts in there, certainly there. You're still in the game at the moment. There's also some longs in there, so there's double traps there. There is a failure there, but to be fair, I'm getting out of this. If it does break out the bottom, it may just retest this and push back up. There is a failure there, but I'm not a fan of going short into that lot. That may hold, it's hard to say. Yeah, it is a bit of a bull flag. The only trouble is we've broken out of this and we've held it pretty well, so in all fairness, it could go either way. But yeah, we do see this pattern a lot. The trouble is, with the bull flags, I tend to like them when they go up a little bit of an angle, which they sort of are a bit, actually, in all fairness. But the bit I don't like is where we've had this break and we've pushed into it. The bull flags I like are the ones that go straight up and then go sideways. So I'm a bit on the fence here because it is a bit in the middle of nowhere. It could go up and test these highs, or it could come back and test the highs of this, or it could pull back into here. So that's held, though. The integrity of that stop's held. There's going to be stops there and there, so I don't think that's a bad shot. But same again, we're going into these highs, and it's a bit iffy. If we can get above here, then I think we may have a shot of pushing higher. But I'm not a fan of taking trade because that has triggered. I think it'll go up, but you just don't know sometimes. And the ATR is quite high at the moment. So what's that? 1.25, 3.25. It's 3 3/4 points with a tick above it and a tick below it. That to me is just too much risk at the moment. Without a little bit more of a better signal, really. It's stuck in the middle of the range. It's far from the EMA. I think it'll go up, but it's just my... I think it's more of a possibility it'll go up, but it's certainly not going to interest me in taking a trade because there is some traps there. Let's hope the second entry long will pull back to the EMA here. It does look like it's going to push up. I mean, we have closed above here, and this, you call that high or low. It's not a terrible trade, that, in all fairness, but it's just too far from the EMA for me. It looks like it's come back to test it and pushed up. I think it's likely we may get up here, but it's just too far away for me. It could trigger and come down. The market's playing tricks lately. Triple test, yeah. The trouble is with triple tests is I like my triple test when they bounce through here and the body sits on there. Whereas that one, it's quite high up to here. So, as I mentioned, I think it's likely it's going to push up. But if I took that trade and it triggered me and stopped me out, and I posted it, someone will say, why the hell did you go long when it's going sideways into all that? So that's a good enough reason for me to stay out because it still is a bit choppy. But I think it's likely we're going to retest these highs, maybe make a new high, I don't know. But the way it's looking, it's looking bullish. Let me see if there's any type of a bigger channel forming there. Okay, so we touched here, touched here. Okay, it's not looking too bad. Touched here, touched here, touched here. It seems to be working. If it pushes up to here and then comes back, we may continue up, but I don't know. I know Matt was looking on the daily yesterday, and the daily does look like we're... in fact, let's have a quick look at the daily. Yeah, so this is the daily. So we had that initial massive pull down, didn't we? And then at the moment we seem to be somewhere like that. I think Mac had it. So it does look like there is a possibility we could push off this. So it's a possibility anyway. So depends on where you put that. But it sort of looks like it's fitting in there, doesn't it? So that's a possibility anyway. I just noticed Mac had it on last night, so we may see some upward stuff because we've had some, quite a few days of sideways downwards, sideways downwards. So it depends whether you class that as a channel. I think 2 legs back here and a bar might not be a bad call. Touched here, touched here, touched here. It sort of does, I think. We've had a break of this, maybe retest it again. If we can get a second entry along there, I don't think it's a bad. So if you have a quick look at the 10,000 tick chart, there's quite a bearish bar there which is triggered. So if it does push up and break above there, we may meet the highs of the day. So I have to keep an eye on this. Hidden second entry long, let's see. I mean, we've come up, we've gone sideways, we've had ample enough time to pull back into this and it hasn't, so... Yeah, if it closes below the EMA on that, for me, really, if I'm going to get involved in a long there, it's going to be when we get the higher low, I think. See, if you do like that channel, touch here, touch here, touch here, then maybe you're thinking long, I don't know. At the moment, we're in this little channel, so I'm a bit on the fence at the moment. I mean, if you haven't got that channel, you could say we've had this little bit of sideways and broke higher, but a lot of the times when you get this sideways, it is within a channel, so it pushes up. We get a bit of sideways there from one side to the next. We push up, a bit of sideways from one side to the next, and then pushed up again. Excuse me. So it is possible it could go higher, but I'm a bit unsure. It's a bit unclear to me at the moment. So there does look like a leg and a leg. Be interested to see if this, I was hoping this one was going to finish bearish and see if it triggered. Then we may get some upwards movement. So I'm a bit unsure of what it's going to do at the moment. We didn't quite hit the highs here. And I thought we'd have ample enough time to pull back, and we didn't. We went sideways and pushed up again. But where we are here, we're getting to the realms of the high here, so whether that lacked buying power or not, I don't know. But I don't necessarily think we're finished with the upward stuff. I mean, there could be a possible bigger channel there. Let's have a look. Let's put that there and bring this out just a wee fraction. Let's say there. There is a possibility of it. If we start pushing up from here, then touch, then I'm maybe on the cards that we are pushing higher, just by the fact that the daily looks like it could head upwards. But you've got to wait for this to trigger a trap. And then push up and get the higher lows before you're thinking about going any higher. So we've had this little channel, we've had a break out of it, and we've had a new low. So it'd be interesting to see what happens now. But you have got to be careful that you don't get trapped to the long side. And it's got to start being on its merry way, really, before I'm thinking about going long. So I'm a bit on the fence. It may retest this and push out. It's hard to say at the moment. It's a bit unclear. I mean, let me just drag that a fraction. Okay, so if you've gone from here, I mean, yeah, they're sort of riding it. That's a touch. Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility if we do start pushing up, but really what I like is we try to go our one strike, so there's a failure there. I'd like that to trigger and then start working up, because at least you're not going to get trapped there. So that's triggered. Not that that's a great place to go short, but let's just see what happens here. At the moment, I'm a bit even as to whether we're going to push up or push back down. But it does seem to be reacting with that possibility. Yeah, so there's a higher low there. That's tempting. Trying to go one strike. So I said that is triggered. So, I think in all fairness, I'm going to have to wait for it to go a bit higher, I think, because it could trigger and trap. It is looking like it could go up. But I'm not falling for it just yet, just in case that comes down, because we've got a break and it could come down and trigger that out. So I think really you've got to let that one appear, and then if it then starts moving up, then wait for a setup, because that could turn into a trap. But we have had this channel, we have had a break, and we've had a new low, and we've bounced a couple of times on there. So it's one of those things. It might work, it might not, but I think you've got to give it a little bit of time. I mean, you have got to be careful drawing these bigger channels, but as long as you're aware that we're not necessarily definitely going up yet. If we can push off here and then start to work up, then I'm quite happy that channel is valid. So let me just kill this a minute. Okay, that's starting to look positive. Fail secondary above the EMA. It's not trigger below. It looks like it is. That's because of the angle of attack of that bottom. But it's looking like, you know, it's moving up, but it does that sometimes, and then all of a sudden you jump in and wham, down it drops. So I think you've got to give it a little bit of time to start working, and then I'm quite happy to say, okay, this looks to me like we're starting to respect this line. The backside so far looks okay, but we've got to go a little bit higher first and start working before I'm interested, because that, you know, markets have got very clever at sucking you in. And then all of a sudden you're in long here and wham, down it drops. So you just got to be a bit careful. that feeling when it starts to come down is horrible. So I want to give it plenty of time to try and come down without me involved. And then if it does tend to work higher, then we'll see. Okay, this is interesting. That is a second entry short. Now, if that pushes up and breaks above there, it'll trap some shorts. It may trap a few more shorts. It might not, but if it does, then that might be the catalyst to push up. So if you did take that long, you got stopped out. That's why you just can't get in until it starts to give you a proper indication that it's moving, because at the moment it's pie in the sky, really. It's ifs and buts. So what else this could be is a possibility, is a leg up, 2 legs of correction, and then another leg up. So that's a possibility. So let's take it from this very back level here. Yeah, there's a bunch of ifs and buts, really. But that's just exactly what it is. It's an if it does, or whatever. But we may get a leg and a leg. It's hard to say. They might not be exactly measured legs, but it's possible. So it's hard to say at the moment. It's completely guesswork, really. So I'm just thinking if I can take this anywhere. I don't think I can, really. Just trying to think where it has the most touches. So we're touching basically 4 times there, 5 times, 6, 7, 8. I don't think we're going to match that. In all fairness, that does. So let's have a look there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's not far off, I think, in all fairness. I'm just going to leave that like that just for now. Second entry short there. Trouble is, it's a bit congested and you don't know whether it's going to bounce off of here and then push up. It's hard to say. And not only that, it is this, like Max says, 3 or more bars side by side. It is a little bit stacked. That's not to say, it might look a nice congestion to you, but obviously there's some support there, so it could bounce off there. It bounced a couple of times there, so I'm not a massive fan of that. It is a bit sideways there, see, so it's worked, but it's still a little bit risky. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but you've got to at least acknowledge there's 4 back-to-back there, and we have bounced off this, and there isn't enough room to the tops. So I'm interested to see what happens when it hits this measured move, whether it starts to push back out. Okay, that has hit that measured move now, so be interested to see what happens. We've got the yesterday's open, and we got the midline there as well, and it is a little bit stacked, so it could it's reacting to this area. I think it is right in the middle of this congestion and all that, and so it's hard to say really. But Liquidity around the 50s, yeah. So the measured moves played out, and it is struggling there, so it may push back up. Trouble is, there's no setups anyway. There's nothing I can see really. Chris, yeah, I do sometimes, mate. I think, personally, don't get me wrong, I like Matt, he's a lovely guy, but I think really, especially for maybe people, maybe more beginner, it's going to confuse them, I think. I mean, Mac's target audience really is inexperienced newbie traders. So sometimes I think he'd be better off just putting genuine, high probability, obvious trades down, because there's a lot, you know, he may call advanced trades. I call them trades marked after the fact, because after the fact, you can't have the same perspective as you have when you're trading it live. It's impossible. When it's live, you obviously look at these trades different. When they've, after the fact, you can clearly see, you know, we got a channel down here, 2 pushes up, you may have taken that, or you know what I mean? You can't, marking it after is a complete world away from taking it live. So yeah, I wish he would tone it down, as in put less trades, put more obvious trades, because he drums into us, wait for the best trades, wait for the best possible setups, 1, 2, 3 trades a day. But then he's marking half a dozen, you know, like a dozen high probability setups. There's not a dozen high probability setups in a day. There's a dozen high probability setups if I can show you on the chart at the end of the day. But if there really was that many high probability setups, I shit you not, Mac would be taking them. If he could get a dozen high probability setups in a day, and we're talking high probability setups with a win ratio of 98% plus, 95% plus, say, there's not that many a day. There genuinely isn't. You know, I've been doing it long enough to tell you that. But I wish he would mark less trades and say, okay, these are the ones that may have worked. These were the genuine high probability setups that he himself would have taken. Now, I don't know why he doesn't do that. The only thing I can think is he breaks his own rules, because one, he's experienced and he's entitled to, and it may affect his teaching methods. That's the only thing I can think of. But I don't know. He said that this congestion here, this congestion here, but actually you could make ends mark to the green. Yeah, it's confusing, I think. You know, I think when you've been trading a while, you can distinguish the difference. But for newbies watching that, they'll have those patterns in their heads, and they'll think it's okay to take trades like that. When it's not really. You have to wait for clear setups. And at the moment, there's not as many clear setups. We all know that. You know, it's what people have been chatting about for a while, and you know, it's possible that, you know, a lot of institutional traders who sort of command the big amounts of money and make these things really move are taking their holidays. So I suppose it's common sense. There's going to be less money flowing in and out of these, which, you know, but I mean, I look back a year, some of my charts in a year, and we've got a trend going down there. Perfect second entry short there, lower high there, something. I mean, in the first 30 minutes, sometimes you could see 3 really good trades. But at the moment, it's as if they've just all but gone. Trade you took and lost. He didn't have it marked. He said he didn't like it, but then maybe. Yeah. It's one of those trades, and I mentioned it earlier. It's one of those trades that, yeah, you can find some reasons why it didn't work. It's one of those setups that looks okay at first glance. And if that would have gone for 4 or 5 points, we'd have never had another word of conversation about it. So it's one of those trades that, yeah, it looks like a nice setup, but there is some reasons, a little bit of congestion to the left of it. I had the smaller channel, which there's a little break and it's low by 1 tick. So there are reasons that you can understand why it didn't work. But if you took a point, if you scalp at a point or a point and a half and it worked for you, then you'd have just moved on. So it's one of those trades that catches a lot of people out because it looks good, but there are signs that it could be a little bit risky. So I get why Mark did it as a risky trade. But if you were scalping a point, you know, you'd have taken your point and moved on, wouldn't you? So, yeah, another day of just fucking up and down. Excuse my French, but just up, down, up, down. It's just, you know, above the EMA, below the EMA, above the EMA, below the EMA. So we got a channel, we've had a break, we've had a new high. So what are we doing here? We've bounced it off this top, see, so I'm guessing we're going to push a bit higher. But there is a lot of congestion around here, so it could do a bit of this still. I mean, trading at the moment, in my opinion, is difficult. I've been trading now this style for, I don't know, a couple of years and a couple of months, and it's harder now. Harder as in the way of a lot more traps. You've got to take really good quality setups, otherwise you're just getting mangled. The market will just chew you up. It's almost as if they've had an update on the algorithms to work way more efficiently to weed out inexperienced traders. That's the feeling I get. Because obviously the algorithms run these, they look for weak points and they look for areas of stops where there may not be a lot of money there, and however they work, I don't know. So we've got a leg up here, 2 legs of correction. We may have a leg and a leg, but it does seem like they've been adjusted to make it so much more difficult to make money. I mean, there could be a load of bollocks, to be fair. It could be me just blowing hot air, but that's sort of what it feels like. But there is a lot less setups, and that's part of the reason why I took that setup yesterday, because you don't often see a second entry like that. Now, if I'd have taken... See, I ummed and ahed whether to come out and make a bit, but I did that the other day. It came out for a point and a half, and it went on to make 3.5, so I would have got my point. So sometimes when you think maybe I should get out, it stops you, and then when you do get out, it carries on. So it's just a little bit of a, you've got to make a decision and just go with it, really. But I'm guessing the more years you sit in front of these charts, the better you'll get at it. I don't think you can help it. So we've come back in. We've only come just above this midline, so it does seem to me now like we're continuing on higher. I think that's possible. I was hoping we may have a couple of bounces here and a higher low, but that's just too risky way up there, because we are up to these levels where you could get stung, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's just risky, isn't it? I mean, it's an F bar anyway, but it may trigger and then come down and stop you out. So it's just one of those things. But yeah, I'm finding conditions just frustrating. I mean, it wasn't long ago I was maybe averaging $300, $600, $800 a day on average. I had some good days. When I started streaming, I think I averaged around about $500 or $600 a day. Struggling to average $200 a day at the moment. So whether I was trading differently then or not, whether I'm just a lot more careful now. I bloody hope you're right, Brant. God, I do. I hate to think that it's going to be like this for the rest of my days. But, you know. The trouble is, if there's less institutional traders, the institutional traders, from what I gather, with the large amounts of money, move the markets more. But if there's less of those around, you don't know whether the algorithms itself have more influence. I don't understand how it all works, really. This is just, you know, rumours that you hear and a little bit of chit-chat you pick up. But I don't really know, in all honesty. Also afternoons, FOMC, yeah, that's always a pig in it. Mind you, a couple of FOMC ago, I had a nice trade. So if you manage to get in a trade early now, doesn't matter what happens the rest of the day, you're going home with a smile on your face. So it's just one of those things, isn't it? I know I've been accused of moaning lately. I don't think I moan. I had a conversation with a guy. I don't know, some guy on the Facebook group has just been going on and on and on. Every time you put a comment, he's having a dig. Quit crying and get on with this. And he's just been going on. Every time I put a comment, I think he's got a personal thing with me. I don't know, it might be a personality clash, but I forget his name, but he just... Second entry long, yeah, I know what you mean. But he just had a bit of a grudge. Somebody, Keith Newman or something, so he's been going on and on and on. Even someone else said to him, mate, you need to shape up. But I don't know, I said something last night and he just jammed him with a nasty comment and I let rip on him. And I had a word with Daniel anyway, and Daniel booted him out. You know, I get on with everybody. I never asked, you know, I've not got a problem with anybody, but some people have just got a chip on their shoulder. They just want to make you miserable. And is it Angola? I've got that right. My apologies if I haven't. Second entry long. Yeah, I'm a bit unsure what's going on. It's a bit choppy, see. We've actually had a break of this and a new high, and it's come down, so it's hard to say. He's been in the group for about 3 years. He hasn't said much up until recently. And yeah, so yeah, I'm all for a laugh, and you guys know me. I take the piss, and I'm all for a laugh and a bit of banter. But every time I make a comment, you know, I said yesterday, I said, a bit of a tough day. I'm finding it difficult at the moment, blah, blah, blah. I think his comment was, what the hell's the matter with you? Stop whinging. What do you want me to point him out? Every time it's a dig, so I just had enough last night. But you do get people like that. Not many, to be fair. We've had a couple on here, but not many. You get them in every walk of life. Some people just, I don't know, they got a chip on their shoulder and they want to have a dig, but... But I messaged Daniel last night and he binned him. Stopped him from the comments. Same here, he comments after some of the videos. I mean, my stream the other day, it was I'd taken no trades. And he went, why the hell did you post a video with no trades? And I went, I didn't post, it's a live stream. Oh, okay. You know, so it's just, he's one of them brain dead idiots. They are out there. So enough. That's my bit of a whinge today. EMA seems to be flattening. Yeah, it does a bit, mate. It's hard to know what's going to go on, whether we're going to come down into here or push up. It's just, I'm finding it a bit puzzling at the moment. We've got a leg down and a leg down. We've got a leg up and a leg up. So we may have a leg down and a leg down, but it's sometimes the markets I find are really predictable and easy to read, and other times it's like they're just operating out of a different rule book. Get up there. I'm trying to expand my trade choice as well. There was let me just get it. I think Daniel put a trade on that surprised me, but when you think about it, it's quite clear. Let me just grab a chart from yesterday. Yeah, there was quite a bit of chatter about that trade yesterday. Yeah, I won't put any names on. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I'm just going to drag this. I think you probably knows it is. We had that long push down, and then we had these, and I was surprised he took those, but let me just see if I can zoom in. When you think about it. Okay, so we had that push down. We had 2 pushes up in a bearish bar, which was above the EMA, so I'm quite surprised he took that, but it was a second entry short, and I suppose we'd had one attempt to go higher. I suppose it's almost like a just move it over, like a penguin type trade, isn't it? We have a leg down, we made 2 attempts to go higher, bearish bar, and it worked. And that one did. This is not the type of trade I'd normally take, but I think I need to sort of expand my trade choice a bit. But we got a strong leg down, made 2 attempts to go higher, bearish bar, although it was above the EMA, but so I've made a mental picture of that, and I might start trying to find that. And if I can identify the trades, I might mark them with a green bar until I get used to them. But I suppose it's pretty straightforward when you think about it. Strong leg down. We made 2 attempts to go higher and then come down. But the fact, maybe I'm more interested in the lower high, But he picked that one as well. But obviously Daniel's a way more experienced trader than me, so overshoot new high with a failed second entry long. You're about here, are you or not? Good context if you had a break in the upstream. Watching the spiking channel, yeah. There are lots of different categories of trades in certain areas, and I think I've got to start expanding mine. Obviously, there's different types of trades, isn't there? You could be picking bottoms and tops. That's one type of trade. Failures is another. Break, 2 legs down, second entry long after a break is another. Higher lows another. Leg down with 2 attempts to go higher. There's another. The different types of categories of trades, isn't there? And I suppose we favour certain types. But I don't do a lot of that type of trade, but I think I need to, like a leg down, 2 attempts to go higher, and which in all fairness is a second entry short, really. It's just on a bigger scale, and that's the bit that throws me. That there, although a bit congested, is our type of second entry on a smaller scale. Whereas something like this is a larger scale, so I don't know. There we go. So what's going on here? So we got a sort of a leg up, made 1 attempt to go lower. I don't know. It is a little bit unclear for me. See, that bearish bar is triggered. So I don't know. It's not clear for me. There could be a little bit of. Let's put that there. Could be a little bit of sideways there, so it may trap that and come down, or it might, I don't know. But it does look like it's going a little bit sideways. So the way you had that uptrend, that one there, hadn't played out yet. Yeah. Trouble is, they don't always in these, do they? I mean, it's close enough to the top to have some room to play it out. But I'm thinking there may be 2 legs. There's a leg up there with 2 legs of correction, and another leg. It may just, sometimes these trends can just take a bit of time to get going. And not only that, that looks to me like a leg with a possible other leg. So it's finding something to go long off, isn't it? We've got a new low there. There is, I mean, that sort of kind of looks like a nice bar to take. That's triggered, but it's a first entry, really, isn't it? There's nothing really there. And same again, you're going long into here. Now, if that's destined to push out, usually it will wait till there's a really nice, solid, strong bar. And that for me is just, although it's bullish, it's sort of a little bit of in a weak area. I prefer it to come down and sit strongly on top of there. It's a bit weak to me. We're talking about, the chart yesterday. Diddly, the trade, you had uptrend drawn. Yeah, I can't remember about that. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. If I'd have taken a 1.5, I'd have been laughing and we'd have moved on. But it's just one of those things. Some you wait for a bit longer. But in hindsight's a wonderful thing. In hindsight, I'd have taken a 1.5 and been done with it. But if that had made an extra 1.5, there wouldn't have even been a conversation about it. But the fact is, it's that area where it traps people between a point and 2 points. It went to a point and 3/4, excuse me. But that was on the close of it, so it may not have even give you a 1.5. I don't know, but I think a lot of people now have moved up to that 1.5 to 2 point level. So it's one of those that could sting a few, and a few of the die-hard 1-pointers, 1-point scalpers would have been laughing all the way to the bank. So it's just one of them things, isn't it? But the context, yeah, you can look into the context and go, well, it's not terrible. It's not a terrible trade. But there are signs that it may not go for, and that seemed to be the typical answer. It went for a scalp and maybe a little bit more, but that's about it. But these failures are there. I use them as lessons now. I've got that as a mental picture in my head now. If I do take a trade like that, I want to check to the side of it that it's not bottoming out or it's a bit congested. And has it got the legs to continue on down? So possibly a second entry long. It does sort of seem like it's working up, but I'm not a fan of getting trades in here because that could go on for another bloody half an hour, that could. And if you do take a second entry long here, it could trigger and come down to the bottom, so you just can't get involved there. I do like the leg with 2 legs of correction, and we've not come back to the lows. We've come back to around about the open and the middle line. So if I'm a betting man, I'd expect that to push out and have another leg. But I'm not prepared to take a risk on what's doing now sideways because I just don't know is the answer. Trading time. Good morning. How you doing? You've not missed anything anyway. Just the same as normal. Chop. I wish that ATR had come down a bit. Yeah, you could say that's a triple test. It's sort of fitting nice and close, isn't it? But I don't know, mate. In all honesty, I like the triple test that come up and bounce. That really, if you look, just pushed over, went up a bit, came down a bit, and then back up. So it didn't. It's not enough of a drop and bounce for me. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. You know what I mean? I mean, it does look like the type of trade that could continue on up, but I don't know. I'm not comfy yet. It's finishing naff anyway, to be fair. Hope you're all doing okay today. So far, so good. Okay, this is the type of trade I prefer to break out and then push up strong. Because when it pushes up strong, that tells me there's buyers down here. So if there's big buyers down here enough to push that up, they're the type of people I want to follow. There we go. Okay, touch. Let's have a look. You could say that's testing the top, so what can you do? Nothing really. Yeah. It is unclear, isn't it? It's above the EMA, below the EMA. Above the EMA, below the EMA. Unless you know what you're doing, you can get chopped up in this stuff, can't you? Mm. Okay, folks, I'm just going to make a quick cup of tea. I'll be 5 minutes. 1 second. Just going to pop that there. I'll be a few minutes. Okay, so not pushed up like we thought. That's the trouble, see, really, isn't it? It's just okay. Let's think about what's going on here. Hopefully, we may get some penguin reverse break, 2 legs up, nice bearish bar. What about that one there? Yeah, quite a large bar, but that won't matter to penguin. Yeah, with a tick below and tick below is 4.25 point risk. EMA's just EMA ATR is quite high. It has been the last few days. Okay, let's see if we got anything from Mac yet that might clarify this. It's definitely a range, but it's just a difficult one to trade, really. So if you took that one, depending on where you think the top is, we could touch once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6 times. It's not terrible, I don't think. Yeah, quite bearish bar, maybe taking that. Another very bearish bar, maybe taking that. See what Max give us. We should have something by now, shouldn't we? Yes, good. Trap, I'd say that. Midline, 2 bearish bar, maybe not. What do I know? Okay, Mac has got it up here, so let's get rid of that. Mac's got it there. Okay, and the bottom he's got right down here. Okay. Yeah, he's got a leg and leg down there, leg and leg there. He's got that the same. He had, yeah, I had that bigger channel drawn, but I got rid of it, that one. Yeah, that's how we had it. How's the... He's got it there. He got it eaten over there a bit, so he had that about like that. About there. Yeah, similar to how I had it, but he actually didn't have that one there at all, strangely enough. But yeah, he had it there, I think. Something like that. Anyway, that's by the by now. So yes, okay, so we got the same tops and bottoms there. So definitely looks like a proper range day, this. Okay, so that one you'd have got a 1.5 there. two really bearish bars, or three really bearish bars together triggered. Yeah, stopped out. I'm going to say it's starting to look like it's going to come down, but when we had those three bearish bars, that just looked a bit iffy. See, actually, on the 10,000 tick chart, we've got this leg down. There's a possibility we could have another leg. No, maybe not. Who knows? Managed to get back to break even. Good on you, mate. I think I'm going to call it. Just sit back and watch. Do you know, sometimes it's quite nice just to sit and watch it and have no stresses of losing money or anything like that. I've done it a couple of times myself. Just sat and watched and not taken anything. It's quite exhilarating in a strange way. I think you see a slightly different picture. So it's a useful exercise to do that. I had a guy, I forget his name now, it might have been Joe, gave me a call about a year ago. And he mentioned that just sit and watch it. Just sit and watch the market just the odd day. And you get a sort of different perspective that there's no emotions there, you know. In fact, I'd love to wind myself up to one of those heart monitors and just out of curiosity get a readout just to see what's going on in my body while I'm trading. I know a trader buddy of mine used to take beta blockers to try and slow his heart rate down. Not that I advise it. Yeah, it is choppy, mate. You're not wrong. It does force you to just be careful, doesn't it, and take your time. Yeah, maybe, mate. That's what I'm thinking. Leg up and another leg up, which would get us up to these highs here. I mean, someone's trading, obviously, because there's volume. I mean, there's a reasonable amount of volume. What the market's only officially been open an hour and a quarter. So there's a reasonable amount of volume. It's just very, well, tatty, isn't it? For want of a better word, there's a reasonable amount of volume, but so someone's trading, but who knows? I mean, you've got to know what you're doing to trade this sort of stuff, really. Yeah, if you look on the 10,000 tick chart, that's just exactly, we're going down, up in... Yeah. That's the frustrating thing when you're trading these. Every time it hits the top, we're up here, we're down here a bit, we're lower a bit. Every time it hits the top, it's bouncing at a different area, so it's so hard to short it at the right place. After we've had a break of that looks like two legs. We made another attempt to go high, a big bearish bar there. I don't remember seeing that. Whether I was making a cup of tea, I don't know. But a really nice looking bearish bar there. I think at the time we had the sideways, so I was staying out, but kind of a nice looking bar, really, isn't it? Sort of rejection, but I don't know, who knows? Yeah, you can, mate, if you're not careful. You've just got to wait for a setup, a decent setup, and then just take it and get out for the minimum, I think. It might be a case of just doing 6 ticks for me today. I'll just have to see how it pans out. See, sometimes, a couple of times I've come back after FOMC, and we, whether it's good news or bad news, sometimes if it's either good news or bad news, we get a decent trend, and sometimes it can work out all right. I did, I think it was a couple ago, it started trending up really nice, and I got into a second entry long just on one of my accounts. I think I only had 2 at the time, and I thought, I'm just going to hold on to this, and I think I got about 8 points. I've given up at the moment. Anything more, I used to move it a bit and try and get a few more points, but the price action's so hard nowadays, and it almost limits you unless it's a great setup. So I've given up trying to get a few more points. I mean, if we end up getting a really nice trend or down trend, up or down, and it's working really nice, lots of little small bars, and it keeps coming back to that EMA, then maybe if it's a 0.5 risk, I may hold on to it and see if I can get maybe 4 or 6 points or something out of it. But I think last week I did about $400 on each account over the week. I think I've got to make $120 just to break even at the moment. So there's, hopefully if I can do that and some today, then at least tomorrow and Thursday I can try and get something. I don't mind getting, so if I can get $400 a week, it's all right. I think that at the moment that's $1,800 a month. I'd like to sort of be doing that at minimum. Obviously conditions are tougher at the moment, less people trading, so but sometimes it is what it is. If they're not available, they're not available. You can't sort of pull money off trees, can you? But yeah, it is. It's down, it's up, it's down. No, you just can't trade that. I mean, this is giving the impression it's coming down. You just can't trade this. Same there, leg. What are we doing? Coming down, going up. It doesn't really give you an indication. It just comes down and then goes up and comes down. I thought it may come back to the EMA and push a bit higher. I think we all did. We thought we may get a leg and a leg, and it just drops. So what you can do is just sit and watch, really. Just wondering whether we're getting any type of it may be sort of bouncing in. Let's have a look. Bounced here again, so it may have tightened things up to 4, 6, 8, 10 within a 10-point range. I am trading Pats with a yes, but intuition on NQ, I'm profitable on both, but doing much better when following intuition. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean intuition as in instinct type? Is that the type of thing you're talking about? But I don't trust it long term. Yeah, intuition. You mean just, a hunch type thing? Yeah, a few people trade the NQ. I've had to play around with it on a sim. Yeah, that's what I thought you mean. I didn't know whether you meant any type of a type of trading which was called something similar. That's all. But yeah, gut feeling. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose some people trade that way if something looks right. I suppose that's what part of trading is, isn't it? It's having a gut feeling. I suppose even having, if you even if you were a seasoned trader, just by trading based on your gut feeling, you'd have an edge, wouldn't you? I have played around as well with going down to the 1,000 tick. I looked at this earlier, and the ATR was about 3.5, so I went down to the 1,000 tick, and I do wonder sometimes whether it is worth maybe having a chart with the 1,000 tick on or something like that, because maybe there may be some setups. I mean, we've got a leg down and a leg down. There's no setups here. Well, you could argue there's a second entry short. For me, it's a little bit congested, but you don't know by having a 1,000 tick chart whether you would see any more setups. In fact, I'm going to change my 10,000 to 1,000 and just keep an eye on it and just see if there are there's any possibility of anything. I trade NQ too good. I trade NQ too good for scalping with a 1,000 tick chart. What do you mean there, Sam? I trade the NQ too good for scalping. I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. You might have to clarify that one a fraction. Yeah, in fact, just out of curiosity, I suppose what you could do is the end of the day is get the 1,000 tick chart on, and then I'll browse through it and just see if there's any setups. But I suppose really, if we're coming down, a lot of the times we know we're coming down, but there's no setup, so we don't take it. So maybe if you looked on a 1,000 tick chart, then maybe, you know. So for instance, let's have a look. There's a move on here on the 1,000 tick chart. A move on here, yeah. Pull up there's a maybe call a high low. It's a bit far away, but there is a possible trap there. See, so I don't know whether there's better. I don't know. You got to play around. Sorry, mate. 22,000 tick chart, but also watch the two. Yeah, there's no reason why. Excuse me. You couldn't have the 1,000 and the 2,000, and if you see a setup on the 2,000, take it. If you see a setup on the 1,000, take it. I don't see why not. I mean, I've played around on the 1,000 sort of early in the morning with just a sim, just to have a look and see if there is more setups. And I'm assuming it trades exactly the same. Max said before, doesn't matter what time frame, it all trades the same. But I suppose in the morning, well, morning UK time here. Probably early hours of the morning for you guys in the US, but obviously you cut down the amount of ticks by half, you'll get double the bars, and obviously a little bit more sort of liquidity. But you know, if we're looking for a setup down here or here, you might not get it, but on the 1,000 tick chart, you may get one. Sorry. I am using a 1,500 tick chart and 22 range bars, a volume profile and delta. Yeah, quite a few people are using volume profile, aren't they? On NQ, yeah. I trade 2,000 tick chart, but what's that? Yep. Default order is okay. I buy money. Just went long here. Bad luck, mate. What here? Long here. You may be right there. Although I can't see really a setup that would interest me, but you may be right. I wouldn't hang around though, taking profits. But yeah, I don't think it's a problem having the 1,000 tick chart and just seeing if anything looks a bit more obvious. There may be a leg and a leg, which would take us up here. But I suppose there was a leg there, bit of side was in a leg. Okay, so it's working out for you there, bud. I wouldn't wait too long, though, because it could turn here, or it may quite not get up there. I would have thought that would get up there, a leg and a leg, but it is working between this sort of area. Liquidity 44.65. Depends how long. What I've found is apparently the longer the liquidity line, the longer it's been there, and the less chance it has of getting hit. When you get the shorter ones, they tend to get hit and help sort of maneuver the market up or down. But I haven't got it on at the moment. It's not really helped me too much lately. I think it's better if you maybe swinging and you're looking for, you know, if you're in this trade going up here and you're seeing buy orders coming here and here, I suppose it's giving you the indication that there are people trying to push it higher. Just the detail report. Oh, is there? Oh, the minutes, yeah. So they'll just be released and whatever news they have. Yeah, much better than listen to him rabbiting on for a while. And trouble is, you know, he starts pitching slightly negative, market may dip. Slightly positive, market may come up. So there you are. So, trading time, if you went long there, I'd say that's where you want to be thinking of getting out. So leg up, leg up. We haven't made a measured move. It could go a bit higher, I suppose, but it does seem to be since 3 o'clock UK time. So for the last hour, it's not closed above there. You might be right, Exponential. I've not done too much study into it. I just seem to have heard it somewhere. Perhaps I've misheard it. I believe the opposite about a heat map is the longer lines are more likely to be taken out. That's possible. I need to do a little bit more looking into it. I think it's got its uses from time to time, but it didn't go along. Not my type of trader. I bet you wish you had done that. I'll teach you for being cocky. No, I couldn't. There's nothing really that would take you long there, is it? But that's the trouble. Perhaps where you think you should go. I don't know. Sometimes I do wonder if I should just close my eyes and hit the buy or sell button. I'd have a better luck. Maybe a short here. Yeah, when it starts to do this, get a few bars, it does seem to start to pull down, doesn't it? But I think you've got to wait for something a bit more like that, really. There's nothing in the way of a bearish bar to go short there, but doesn't often need it. It just comes down. Same there. I did look at that, and it would have worked in the end. That's where it would have triggered you, and it. But yeah, it did look like we had a break and a couple of legs down, quite a nice bullish bar, but the trouble is it's just congested. Waiting for a better signal buy, yeah. I think when it starts to go a bit sideways like this, there we had a decent signal bar and it came back. So we do see it's the same again. See here, we get this area and then eventually it pushes up. We get this area and then eventually it pushes down. We get this area and eventually pushes up, and same here. So I don't know. That might be. I suppose the more you sit and look at these markets, the more you'll notice these things. And then if we do pop up and get and then it drops, nice big bearish bar, then it may be an opportunity. Let's draw a little short-term trend channel anyway. So we've had that. We've had a break and a new high. No argument there. It's clearly reacting to that line, top line. No argument there. If we can get a push out of here and then a quick pullback, closing below that line, then I may be interested. But we are. If you look at this from here, we get a higher low and a higher low and a higher low and a higher low and a higher low. So this may be a push up, a couple of legs back, a bit of sideways, and then another leg. So we could. It is possible we can go out at the top. It does kind of look something like that. A push up, two legs of correction, a bit of sideways, and then maybe another leg. Who knows? But we haven't come. We come down to to this area. We bounced off it here. We haven't quite come down as low, so it may trigger you short and then go up. I'll tell you what I haven't done. Reloaded my historic. This ATR is coming down a bit, so that's good news.
Order submitted.
No, I thought for a minute it might drop below there and close below there, and then I may have been interested. A short-term trend channel break, couple of pushes up to a new high, bearish bar. 3 tests of this line, once, twice, 3 times. Nice bearish bar, something like that, but maybe not as big. Got your point, did you? Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Here. I don't think it's a major thing, but I do get the impression that we got a leg and we may eventually push up, but no signal bar. No, I thought that might, if that closed there and the bar was, the red was down here, that might have been quite nice to take that short just for, I'd have probably gone for 2 points there. That would have, I'd have been out comfortably before the EMA. But yeah, no. Shit signal bar. It's a shame really, isn't it? Because there's 2 points there. But yeah, I'd have considered that 1 bounce, 2 bounce. I'd have considered that a nice triple test there. And it came down, I'd say, best part of 2 points, didn't it? 2 points, yeah. Fraction under 2 points. The way things have been at the moment, I'd have probably liked to have been out by the bottoms of these, which should have been a 1.75, and that would have worked. I wish I'd have done that yesterday on that trade, got out at the actual bodies, not the stems, and if I'd have done that, I'd have got out for a tick on that trade. You took that one, did you? Yeah, it just wasn't quite bearish enough for me. So depending on where you took it, you certainly got a 1.5 off that, depending on where you went. Yeah, well, you certainly did now, that's for certain anyway. Well, it shouldn't do really, because it's not really a bearish bar. Really, is it? It's, I don't know, slightly on the bearish side just after neutral, but no, I think that's a... I mean, Matt harps on about a good signal bar. That is not a good bearish signal bar. It's not to say it's not going to work, but I just think it's extra risky, that's all, because there is a possibility that it could have triggered and could have gone up a bit more. It's one of those things, but the trouble is, if that looked... That could be slightly different on someone else's chart, so if that was a tick lower, then it might have looked a bit different. But for me, it's not the ideal signal bar. Oh. I like what you said about Mac marking 12 trades in a chart review. But he does, doesn't he? Yeah. There's genuinely not a dozen. There's genuinely not a dozen high probability setups in these daily charts. There isn't. But the trouble is, when Mac marks them as blue and red, it gives people the impression there's a lot more than there is, and I think it makes people take riskier trades personally. But I suppose when you've been trading a while, you do learn to distinguish the good trades from the bad ones, and most of the time, then you'll get most of them right. I suppose I average around about 85%, something like that. I was on 90% if it wasn't for that one yesterday, so I suppose around about 80%, something like that. So I'm profitable at the moment. Things seem to be going all right, considering how tough conditions are at the moment. Yeah, I think I did. I can't remember what I did, but I usually do it over a couple of weeks. That one upset me yesterday for some reason. I don't quite know why. It hit me a bit more than most yesterday because I thought it was a good trade. Yeah, so let's go from 2 weeks ago. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 wins and 1, 2, 11 wins and 3 losses. Now, one of the losses, I just traded on one of my, a week and a half ago, I traded on one of my accounts because I wanted to get that account up to $2,500 and that one lost. So it was a shame about that one. Otherwise, it'd have been 11-2, and obviously before yesterday would have been 11-1. So when I'm taking my time, the trouble is I'm only getting an average of 1 trade a day if I do get one. So other traders are getting maybe 2 or 3. But in all fairness, I'm only seeing a couple a day. One may be good trade and one may be, I don't know, slightly riskier one. I was there when it happened. Which one? Yesterday, or the one where I went to? Was about a week and a half ago. I wanted to try and get just over $2,600 on one of my accounts, so I just traded on the one account, and I knew it was a slightly risky trade, but well, we do these stupid things, don't we? But otherwise, it would have been working quite nice. But that was a no. I didn't count that. That was the evaluation. I do trade those stupidly, in all fairness. But no, me evaluation wins and loses. I don't mark them. I just mark the PAs, the genuine profit ones. Took 8 trades yesterday. Don't trade Pats though. No, I wouldn't have thought so, mate. Good for you, mate. Good for you. No, I only mark me. I'm not doing evals at the moment, but I'm just doing them when they do the 90%. I just mark when the trades I mark in a day. Because the trouble is, if you're putting down the money value and you trade 10 contracts on 2 evaluations, it looks like you're earning a stupid amount of money, and it gives a false impression. So I've just started putting down how many trades I win and lose in a day, 1 win, 1 lose, whatever. And then if people want to watch the video, then they can see where me sort of PAs, what profit I made on or lost and so on. It's just easier sometimes rather than, it's not just that. I'm trying to differentiate between work time and finish time. So when I trade, I just put down, rather than otherwise I've got to get a calculator and work out how much I've earned on each different account. Sometimes you'll get a bit of slippage or whatever, and put down money value. So I just put 1-0 or 0-1 or whatever it is. It's just a bit easier. And I don't put down monetary values then, because as I say, if you put down monetary values and you trade in 3 evaluations, 10 contracts, and you make $6,000, people are going to be thinking, you know, it just gives a false sort of impression of what you're really making or earning or whatever. So it does make you wonder sometimes whether, I suppose a lot of traders will just wait for it to break above here and then buy, won't they? And then maybe put the stop above here. But obviously I know traders who will buy when it triggers above there. We wait for a bar to actually appear, don't we? So by the time we went short there, a lot of traders have already made a point, haven't they? So, but I suppose if a trader's buying here and maybe selling 2/3 of the way down, he can afford to lose a lot more. No, there isn't really. I don't know. I think Brandt said he took it. I mean, it is a triple test, but the signal bar's a bit naff. And if I took that signal bar and it triggered it and pushed up and stopped it out, and I said, why did it fail? People had said, well, you got a naff signal bar. So I try and think about the comments. If I posted it, what would people say? So I kind of give them the option to give me reasons. So if you see what I'm saying, you know, I think, okay, if I took that trade and it failed, and I posted it, what would they say? And there'd be a bunch of reasons. So for me, I can't take it. If it was a genuine trade, then people, so. And in all fairness, the good, genuine trades, the really good trades that fit beautifully, just do not fail. I don't know how many times, I can't tell you when I've taken what I believe a genuinely good trade and it hasn't worked. So they do work. I mean, this price action thing that Max sort of tuned into his way is really accurate, but obviously context is everything. But if you get a really nice trend working up and you get a beautiful 2 legs down with a beautiful signal bar right where it should be, them trades just do not fail. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of them, so you may have to sort of improvise and take stuff slightly more aggressively. But with experience on your side, it might help you. Swing things your way. I don't know. Absolutely. Context is everything, isn't it? It's everything. Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying about that. I get what you're saying. Even if that bar was below there, that might have swayed it a bit more. But as I say, it may look slightly more bearish on your... I mean, these bars do differ slightly. It might... they say in the bottom third, really, that's just below half. So it's more of a... It's slightly on the bearish bar rather than neutral because obviously it's pushed up. But the trouble is when that bar ends, if there was 2,500 ticks, it may come down a bit more. So it's a personal thing, really. If we've all got different levels of risk. If you're on an evaluation, if I was on an evaluation, I may take that. So that's the difference. But obviously at the moment, PAs, and I'm trying to build them. To take sort of small payments out, so I'm extra cautious. So if anything doesn't give me a bang on signal bar, I'm just leaving alone at the moment. Now there is a lower high there, and we do seem to be coming down to this area, but no, the lower high really is too far. A lower high really needs to be about this sort of distance, I think. But there is some congestion along, some support along there. You can clearly see it. So that could create a problem. There it is. It's around about there. Touching a few times there, touching there, touching there. You can see it there. You can clearly see it right the way along there. And that's bounced. So there is some support there. So that could cause it to maybe bounce. I don't know. It may push up a bit higher than that. I don't know. So, in fact, it might be prudent to just pop a support resistance line there just for future reference because it's clearly reacting right the way along there. And it is a possibility we could start to work in this area. Yeah, well, we've all seen Mac mark those 2 doges in a row. There was a bit of chatter at the Facebook group in the evening. Yeah, when I say doges, I mean perfect doges, a perfect cross. That there was 3 of those in a row. One here, I think it was an uptrend. It was a strong uptrend, granted, but we had it did one of those right there, and he took it, and then it went up a bit more, and there was another one there, and he took it. Now, when someone drums into you, signal bar, that is your last. If the context is right and everything's in the right position, your last point of call where you make your decision is your signal bar. So we will have our orders hovering over, waiting for a signal bar to form. And if the signal bar is correct, we take the trade. But obviously, there was two doges, so it's And I do ask myself, is that why Mac doesn't post his trades, because he bends his rules? Now, when you've been trading these charts for over 25 years, rules, I suppose, really at that level, a secondary instinct and experience is everything, I suppose. You've obviously got to keep a certain element of rules, but when you've been trading these 25 years and making regular money consistently in a proper career in it, Mac will be able to look at the charts and just know by seeing these things so many times whether the trade, is worthy of a punt or not. Okay, so there was that lower high there. I didn't like it. It did come back, so it may go a bit lower, but it missed it by a tick, I think there, tick or two, whatever. But I hate seeing that, taking a trade and it comes back. There's nothing worse I feeling in the world than seeing one of them coming towards you. But it's clearly reacting to that line. It's starting to flick up and down. When it does that, sometimes we get a quick push in a direction. What I will say, there's quite likely going to be some stops here and here, so it may shoot up and take them stops out. It's possible. It does almost look like it's remember we talked about this thing again, where it's starting to bottom. Mind you, Owen said that it did it there, didn't it, and then carried on down, so scrub that idea. But I have a feeling that this is going to push up and take out any possible stops. Maybe not here, but maybe here. Uh, 10,000. Oh, sorry, that's 1,000 tick chart, isn't it? Now this is the 1,000 tick chart, yeah. So we're working down, yeah. Made 2 attempts to go higher. There's a possible second entry short there. On the 1,000 tick chart, nothing's going to come of it, I don't think, anyway. But you see what I mean? You can see it there, but it's not as leg and leg, is it? Okay, so yeah, I mean the 10,000 tick chart looks worse than this one, doesn't it? Although it does seem to be slowly working up, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to break higher, does it? You can see it's clearly holding at the top there. Interesting. So if you was thinking about going along there, or you thought we pushed up, whammo. Big bearish bar there. So you can clearly see this is creating some support there, but I have a feeling we may get a leg and a leg and come down and visit this. I'll see. I was just drawing something there just to see if we might make a couple of attempts to go lower and have something bearish to ride that down, but okay, let's see if we get a couple of legs down. I don't think many of these legs have actually worked really. Not played out properly. Can't see this one working either. It may do. Trouble is, it's clearly that support line there. You can clearly see it's really respected everything there. It's struggling to get below it. You could put a trend line, I think, at the bottom of each swing. Yeah, it's just tough this at the moment. Break below here, then I think we got a shot at getting down here, possibly lower. Yeah, so you can clearly see it's holding it, isn't it? Okay, big bullish bar, just too risky. In my opinion, we haven't quite got down these lows. Possible measured leg, it could trigger that a trap, I don't know. Perhaps it's bullish enough. I'm not interested in it. It's too big for stars. It could call it, well, it is technically a second entry long, but what is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 3 points. Tick above, tick below, 3.5 points. Just too risky. Could just turn down. EMA is facing down at the moment. We could have another leg down here. I'd certainly like to get down here before I think about taking a long. Okay, that big bullish bar's triggered. So if you took that, you just shit your pants now. Yeah, you wouldn't have got a point off that. Pushed up and then just reversed. It may still go up, but that's not what you want to say when a trade triggers. I'd expect to come down, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, would anybody take that? We got a leg down, made 2 attempts to go higher, big bearish bar. Trouble is, it's congested to shit and it's right in the middle of this lot. So it's just, it's got, I mean, that's bullish, that triggered, that's bearish, that triggered. It's just, it's sideways, it's just not worth it. Yeah, you and me both, Brunt. Yeah, you just can't. It's too dangerous, really. I mean, times like this is when you really need lots of experience. I mean, years and years of experience. I don't know. At the end of the day, I know Mac marks a lot of trades, but I believe he only takes 2 to 3 a day. And if someone has experienced Mac is only taking 2 to 3, it just goes to show he's probably looking at this thinking the same thing we are. It's choppy, just too dangerous to trade. So there's that bearish bar there after the bullish bar that's triggered. I mean, I think it's possible it may come down and take out that stop. I'd like to see it come to the midline, which is done there. So I don't know, maybe some of you may take that. We got a leg down, maybe 2 attempts to go higher, another bearish bar. But for me, it's just a bit congested there. And, you know, there's a bunch of things that could happen. And I'm not experienced enough and comfortable enough really to get into trades like that, especially right in the middle of this sideways stuff. Okay, so that it probably got a couple of points out of that, maybe not actually. So you'd have scalped a point, maybe a point and a quarter. But look, it's the same with that one. It triggered, pushed up quickly, came right the way back down. With that one bearish, it triggered. Who knows, it may push up, it may go down. I don't know, to be honest with you. I half expected it, or I'd like to have seen it get it to this blue midline, and it did. It just nudged right up to it. So it does seem to be working between the midline and this thick black line I've got up here. But it is choppy. It's up and it's down. It's too dangerous, really. Took that fail second entry long. Got a point. Yeah, I looked at it. It's one of those ones. It may work and it may not. I kind of thought it may trigger that out, and that would have taken it to this midline. But the trouble is, it is very choppy, and I think if you're going to trade this, then yeah, I think a point is the answer. Obviously, between 2 points, there's in a market that's choppy as this, the difference between a 1 point and 2 points are worlds apart. There seems to be a large something. I can't. Yeah, there's a bloody little icon on my screen that you can't see. Okay, there seems to be a larger DT. I don't know what's going on here. You think you need to expand your downtrend? Downtrend, this one here. Oh, bloody hate it when it does that. Yeah, maybe, but the trouble is, every time it's bounced off that line, it's pushed back up, so I wouldn't be thinking about taking shorts there. Looks like, yeah, you might be right, bud. Trouble is, so far we're hitting that area, so there's not a lot of room to go short, is there? Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of these. The fact that it fits nice there as well, I think it's kind of okay. But the trouble is, I'm going to go short here into this. So, you know, whether we've got it or not, I don't know. But ultimately, the more important thing is the range. I mean, we pushed down there, didn't we? We hit that line 3 times and then we pushed straight back up. There was no break and new low. So a lot of times, you know, we had a push up, break, new low reason because it pushed up just over middle. So it's likely going to go higher. But, you know, when you get something like that, this, it doesn't give you an option. So I don't know. The trouble is, if we get a second entry short here, it could trigger and stop you out. I don't know. But we've gone from here anyway, so there's a possibility there may be a channel. Let's put it like that. And actually kind of fits pretty nice along the backside, so I've got no problem with that. That looks okay. But you have got to I mean, obviously this is where you'll be going short, but you've got to be careful because you've got this line where it's struggling to bounce. Struggling to break below, and also the next point to call is this. Then there's some support along there, and then if we can manage to get through that, then obviously there's a possibility there's some lower a lower level. But this just sitting and watching this stuff. That's all you can do. Oh, excuse me. So when you look at this channel, actually, that failure doesn't actually look that bad. The trouble is we know it's come further down. So what would concern me is obviously it bouncing and pushing back up, but it made its points that. But in all fairness, if it had a triggered and gone up, someone would have said, well, it's choppy as shit. Why'd you know what I mean? So I sort of listen to excuses in my head, listen to reasons in my head if I take a trade and it went wrong. And if I can't find a reason, then I'll take the trade. If there's a doubt or I feel uncomfortable, then I just won't take it. And for the most, it works. Occasionally, I do have a bit of a mind melt where I take something just a bit over risky. But fortunately, they're becoming few and far between. Trouble is with trading, especially this style of trading, you don't have a lot of time to think. So sometimes if your brain's not functioning correctly for whatever reason, then it is easy sometimes to take a stupid trade. And, you know, we don't have a lot of time to think. You've got to make a quick decision. And sometimes those decisions don't always get a plan. And that's the nature of being a human being, unfortunately. But maybe one of those days again, folks. Does anybody have dreams of charts? See dreams in their, see charts in their dreams, see bars and that in your dreams. I do from time to time. I just have little flutters of charts in my dreams all the time. Yeah, me as well. I've noticed I am more and more lately. Sometimes I'll be half asleep and just doze and I'll get a flutter of a chart in front of my mind. Okay, so we're bouncing off this line. Now that looks quite an interesting bar. So ultimately, there is a channel there, but there's a trend channel, there's a range channel there, which is more important. The bar's finished neutral for me anyway, so, but we've bounced once, we've bounced twice, we've bounced 3 times. So you call that a triple test, and obviously we did the similar here, which obviously Brandt took that one, so we're more or less the opposite side here, but at least that bar's slightly more bearish than that one. I mean, that's nigh on a, with a you know, a tick lower, it would be a perfect doji, that. If we had a nice bullish bar there, then I may be interested in that, just to push up a little bit. We've bounced 3 times there, but bar's a bit neutral, so it's a little bit risky. I'm about to have his bedtime. Yeah, you're up late, mate, aren't you? What is it? It's got to gone midnight for you, isn't it? Past your bedtime, mate. Studying too much. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. I do get a bit obsessive about trading. Look at that. Woof. So if anybody did get involved there, I'll be surprised if that doesn't stop out. I mean, that's a big bearish bar. There we go. So if you did get involved in a trade there, you've just had your ass handed on a plate. So, do you fade this back up to there? I don't think it's a bad call,
Order
actually.
submitted.
Do we or don't we? No, not like that, that's for certain.
Order cancelled.
Almost. Is it really? Good grief, you get yourself off to bed, mate. Interesting. I didn't expect that. Mind you, after that big bearish bar, I suppose that might be a signal. Okay, so next sort of area is this, the official market open, or unofficial, whatever you want to call it. So would you fade that? It's hard to say, really. Yeah. Hard to trade these days because every time they hit a top, I mean, if we hit exactly the same place every time, it would be a lot easier, but we haven't hit the same, well, maybe close there, but it's, you know, same with the bottoms here, 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 down here, down here. Yeah, it's an overshoot of the channel and a breakout of this, a breakout of the range. So liquidity at 44.50. Okay, so that might be a place to buy. Let me
Order
just see
submitted.
what the bar is before I get in. I don't think that's bad, actually. What to do? Maybe wait for a higher low. Higher low, I think, is the safer option. Yeah, definitely.
Order cancelled.
Good grief. I don't know, there are some that think it is. It kind of is, I think. It fits lovely there. We touch there. It's a sort of a touch there. And that's a bit of an overshoot. But yeah, I think it looks okay. Someone else, I didn't put it there. Well, I did, but someone else mentioned it. But the way it's fitting along that backside tells me it's respecting that line there. And funnily enough, if we go from the top, it's doing the same there. So start for the second swing. Well, I don't know. We usually go from this first one and then the second swing. I don't know. The trouble is, every single person has got a slightly different way of doing things. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still on the fence that is probably right. I generally wait a bit, but I'd rather, excuse me, I'd rather assume that's an overshoot, because if it is, otherwise I still be thinking about going short. So we knew there was going to be some congestion around here because there is a long here which is at this open. So yeah, I mean, that to me is picking a bottom. I was willing to give the benefit of the doubt and see if we can get a higher low back into here, but that's the trouble, really. You know, they say you fade these. If you fade that on a bar like that, relatively small bar, what happens? Triggers you, drops straight away and takes you out. So it just goes to show these days are tougher than most, where they're going sideways like this. But yeah, everyone's got their own opinion. Everyone's got their own slight different way of doing things. And that's fair enough. You're going to, you know, we're not all the same. I haven't seen a single trade today. No, I inclined to agree with you there, mate. The only one I'll say was a possibility was that second entry short there, or it wasn't a failure, but it was second entry short, but it was just congested and it was clearly holding the line, but it did work. But yeah, nothing that I would want to jump on, in all fairness. And this seems to be the pattern at the moment. It's just not a lot of setups. And when you do see a setup, like that one yesterday, that second entry short, the trouble is, it's rare you see something like that at the moment. So when you do see something, you tend to just, you're that focused on trying to jump in and not miss it, that sometimes you can miss maybe a few telltale signs of, if it's going to work, it may not work for a lot. And if anybody was on the same school yesterday as me, going for 2 points, they'd have got stung. 1.5 and a point, you'd have been okay. Okay, so there is a higher low there, but same again. That type of trade, I think, usually works. There is a higher low, but I'm not sure at the moment. I don't like what's happening. But usually when it goes like this, I would expect it to get closer to the EMA, but I'm not getting in on this. What is the bar? That's actually a very small bar. Seriously, is that half a point? No, surely not. Oh, it's 1.5. Right, 1.5. Tick above, tick below, 2 points. Okay. Yeah, you may get your points on that, but it is congested, and if it does trigger you, it could come down. And same again, if I post that and say, why didn't it work? Well, I can answer that myself. I think there's another area of, what's it there? Copy, paste. Yeah, touched here. Maybe a fraction lower. Yeah, there is a little bit of support back here. You can see it here, and here, can't you? So that actually might work, in all fairness, but I can't take it because it is congested and a little bit unclear. But I'd say I think that more likely. In fact, how much? What's it taken now? Okay, so you'd have got a point out of it. Okay, it's clearly reacting to the open there. No argument there. Today, I'll probably do about an extra hour, I think. Something like that, maybe 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock UK time, about another hour. Unless I get a trade. If I get a trade in the next 20 minutes, I'll finish up my normal 3 hours, I think. But I'm not old and my hopes up. Well, it's definitely looking bearish, no argument there. Trouble is, we're coming down to these bottoms now, so I don't know whether we're going to bounce here, do you? What I will say is we're about, yeah, touch there, touch a bunch of times there, and there again, so that could be a bottom, and that's your failed breakout. So I just can't bring myself to go long. If you'd have gone long there, trigger just stopped you out. If you'd have gone long there, trigger just stopped you out. If you're in long here, may trigger you, stop you out. It's hard to say, but the thing seems to be pushing down. At some point, it's obviously going to slow down, but I mean, you could call that a second entry short off here, but 10 point tick above, tick below. It's a 3-point risk. I'm not risking $300 on something that seems to be taking out every stop. It's not clear for me, really. I want it to go work it when it's starting its way back in. This will be interesting. See what happens with this, whether this comes down or traps some shorts and pushes up. Oh, funny you should say that, but I did bring that out a little bit there, and it sort of fits okay, doesn't it? So I'm a bit on the fence where it is. That's what I mean. It'd be interesting to see what happens from here if it does continue to come down. but we have bounced quite convincingly off what seems to be quite a nice looking bottom, with the exception of that, which I would just call a failed breakout. So it's hard to say, really. I mean, that looks convincing enough as a bottom. So whether it is going to come lower, or whether indeed it'll break out and come lower, I mean, that's quite a nice bearish bar. But there's a lot of support there. So that's just way too risky, in my opinion. It's 13 ticks, tick above, tick below. It's like 3.5 points, just way too risky. May work, but I'm not going short into that lot. Could go down, absolutely, yeah. It could trigger, then rocket on off. I wouldn't be surprised if it does, but there's clearly some support there. That looks like a nice bottom to me. Yeah, we haven't broken the lows of the day, but that's by the by. But it does look like it's sitting in a nice position, and it's a nice solid bar. So I'm not expecting it to come down any lower, but it may do. You know, I mean, we can clearly see that price action's just dodgy, isn't it? At the moment, it's out of character. It's up and down. So so I wouldn't want to be going short, in all fairness. You're leaning bearish, are you, bud? Yeah, it's possible. I would like to. Yeah, I mean, I like the channel actually. Now I've expanded it. If it does get below here, then we may have a sort of downward run. But I am aware there's a lot of support around here and down here. So I'm just, if I'm going to be going short, I don't want to be doing it very close to what seems to be currently the bottom. We've bounced 3 times there. Strongly, we hit it there, pushed up strongly, hit it there, pushed up strongly, hit it there, pushed up strongly. So I'm a bit on the fence here. So what I would possibly expect is a break, maybe a lower high, and just coming down to here before you push off. But who knows? Yeah, I agree. It's no trading zone really. It's just too risky. As much as, you know, you want to see a trade and you want to get a trade, the last thing you want to do is sit here for nearly 3 hours and then throw $300 away per account. It's just not worth it until you get a clear setup. And sometimes, some days you don't. You know, I'd probably seem to get a day or two a week where I don't get anything, but much better to end up on zero than end up on red. Yeah, if we break the lows and we get a decent signal bar, I'll agree with that. Shorts on the table. But at the moment, you can see what's happening. There's a lot of support down here. So it may just trigger some shorts and then push up. We've seen it before, haven't we? We've been in trades these for. Trouble is, you take that trade there, that big bar, it'll trigger you, stop you out. You don't take it, it'll shoot down 10 points. That's the sort of nature of the game, isn't it? You took it, did you? That one there. Yeah, it might work, but for me, it's just risky. It's what is it? Nearly a 4-point risk. You took it too, did you? If I was on a demo, an evaluation, I probably would, because I take it a bit more risky there, but in all fairness, see if that could trigger that red bar now and then rocket up, and I won't be surprised. Now, you'll find is when you're on your PA accounts, and maybe when you first get your PA accounts, you may be a bit careless, but when you manage to get them up to a couple of grand each, you'll start to get into protective mode then, and you won't trade them. I mean, this could trap some shorts in. There'll be some shorts in there. You won't quite have got 2 points. It wouldn't surprise me if that trigger below and then push straight up strongly. I don't think you'd have got 2 points out of that. No, you wouldn't have done. You'd have got a 1.25 at a push. So touched here. Clearly, you can see there's resistance there. So I wouldn't be shocked if you had a trigger and a push. It may just keep coming down. But you have to look at the bigger picture at the moment. The bigger picture telling us this is the area where it's turning round and pushing up from. So do I really want to get into a short trade right into this area? The answer is, honestly, you can't. That's not to say it's not going to work, but we've got to go for a high probability trade, really. And going into that line isn't that really. Liquidity at 55. And same again, because we've been in a downtrend, it's very hard to go long here until we push up and out and maybe retest it. Yeah, it's such a tough decision to know what to do with this, but all you really can do is just let it go until you see something that gives you a clear indication of where it's going. Okay. Now we're at a new low. Oh, maybe not. We're bounced exactly the same. Exactly the same level as the overnight lows, but I'll be surprised if we don't push below it. Let's have a look. Okay, we're at exactly that level. I'll push below, I'm sure of it. Okay, has done. By 1 tick. So now, are we going to push back in, or are we going to maybe continue down? Who knows? What I would say, if this is a channel, which it looks valid, we're at the bottom of it now, so I would expect some, maybe some movement up this side. Excuse me. Okay, excuse me, just for 2 minutes. You just can't do anything with that. Let's get rid of some of these because they give me I can might go funny. Okay, so we are at the bottom. So now if we do get this continuation, this channel, obviously you want to wait for it to come over this side, but then there is a possibility it could just be fading it, the channel, the range. So it's just going to have to sit and wait actually till we can get back up this area and then hopefully get something to take us short. But this could just, this could just fade this. That's the trouble. That big bearish bar there is triggered, so it could push up, take that short out, and fade this. But I don't know. The way it's going a bit sideways there, I wouldn't be shocked if it does take that stop out. That would take it closer to the EMA. Really, now we're at the bottom. People aren't really going to be selling this, you wouldn't thought, would you? You'd only be buying this, which would take us back up. So I would say the only option here is to buy to get back here, but obviously we got no setup because I can't see how you'd want to go short there. Absolutely, you can't go long there, but what I'm saying is you can't really go short either, so the only option is you're more likely to buy there than sell, but you can't get involved in there because it could do anything really. Usually when it does that, right to the bottom of this channel, and we've poked out the bottom of the range, it's not a place you really want to short the market there, is it? No one's really going to want to short the market there. You're certainly going to want to buy more likely than short it, aren't you? But we sort of did the same here and then pushed back in. So I'd say it's more likely we're going to push back in, but I'm not prepared to bet a trade on it because it's clearly going a bit sideways. So. Okay, so we're comfortably out of this range now, so maybe we may get some continuation down. If we can get back here to this side of the channel, hopefully by then the EMA will meet us. Second entry short to continue on down, that would interest me. But you can't do nothing down there, it's way too far from the EMA. It could go a bit lower, it could drop and have an overshoot. I'd like to think we're going to be doing this. Back to this side of the channel, back to the EMA, and hopefully testing the underside of this. That would be an interesting place to go short. But knowing the way the market's been lately, I think you've got more chance of seeing a dodo fly past your face. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, mate. Couple of legs, maybe meet the EMA somewhere around about this side, and hopefully testing the underside of that. Nice bearish signal bar to go lower. It could go quite a bit lower then. That's what we're all hoping for, mate. I'm quite happy with how that trend's playing out, actually. It looks good enough to me. It's clearly working in there, no argument there. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Sam. It could do. It could do. Then frustrating thing is, for us to get in there, it's got to work its way back here somewhere. It's just no good down there. Because guaranteed that it'll offer you a nice big bearish bar which will work, and then it'll offer you a nice big bearish bar at work. And guaranteed the second you jump in there, it'll reverse and stop you out. So it's just way too far from the EMA, and we know this downtrend works over both tiers. It's in this tier now, so you've got to wait for it to come over this side, really. But it's nice if it does push down, because then if we can get 2 legs up, it'll stay below here. That's where you want it, really, below here, and obviously maybe a tail up and then down, sitting bearish there, right at the EMA. So far so good, but I don't know how many times we wait and see these possible setups working, and they just don't at the moment. But that's the nature of the game, and at the moment the game's a bit tough to play. But what can you do? What can you do? Get up leg 1. So if you look on the 10,000 tick chart, we're in this nice sort of channel down at the moment. So we could effectively get a break of this channel, couple of legs up, and then another leg down. So what I'm hoping is if we get this leg down, maybe 1-2 legs of correction, and then another leg down, that would go with what, who said it was going down? 44.20s down here somewhere. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So if we got a leg here, and we end up doing something like this, that would get us down to that area. I've not got bookmap up at the moment, but there might be some strong liquidity. I know there's some down there at 205, sort of 44.05. That's been there for a couple of days, that is. So there is a possibility. If you look on the daily, we could certainly have a push. We're in this big uptrend, and we're close to the bottom. We could certainly have a drop out, followed by a nice bullish bar, and continue out. So we could get a couple of legs down here now, for sure. And then that would set us up for tomorrow, or maybe later in the day, to then rally and push up, ready for maybe a big push tomorrow. I mean, that's all pie in the sky at the moment, but it could certainly work out as a possibility. So that's possible. So we'll have to just sit on that, wait and see. In fact, I may sit here a bit longer, actually. 3 hours. I may sit here for another hour, hour and a half. As long as I'm feeling patient and calm, which I am, I'm all right. I'm quite happy. We got another hour and a half till the notes come out, do they? The minutes are released. So certainly do another 45 minutes an hour. We'll see. You took 44.3. You've watted it? I took 443, short for 2 points. 443. Oh, here somewhere, did you? Yeah. I just can't at the moment in this bottom tier, this far away from the EMA, because it does give you options to go short, and trouble is, it's definitely slowing down a bit now, so it may trap you and then push up, but hopefully I'm looking for a couple of legs up here. And it's a nice channel, that is. It's going down nice. It's not too steep. EMA's come down a little bit. Hopefully that EMA will drop and we'll get some smaller bars, and we may get that break out of that bigger daily channel that we need. And then maybe that would give us an option for a rally, maybe later or tomorrow, to give us a push up, then to work back up into that range, the daily range. Looking for a second entry short off the EMA. Yeah, we absolutely are, mate. Trouble is, you can't take nothing here, really. It's just too risky. Guarantee we'll sit here and you'll see it go down and down and down like that. The second you get in with a trade, it'll trigger you and then stuff another one up your arse. And market's got a habit of doing that. It'll show you it and show you it. And then when you decide to take the bait, that's it. That's when it'll nail you. But you also have to be a little bit careful that it doesn't push back into this range, because that's a possibility as well. I don't think it will be, but it is a possibility. It could push back in here. I don't think it will. Hopefully, if we get a decent setup, then it won't even come to it. It may, hopefully, I don't mind that if it goes sideways till it gets to here, and then gives us a good entry. That'll be okay. That I'm all right with that. A lot of the times we'll do that, drop down, go sideways until we get a decent signal bar. Unfortunately, with hindsight, you'd have jumped on that, wouldn't you? But at the time, we were looking at all this support there, so you just couldn't in all good conscience, or I couldn't anyway. But obviously, in hindsight, see, at the end of the day, I wouldn't take that because there's clearly support there. But Matt might mark that because he might go, okay, we've had a channel, we've had a break new high, bearish bar. You know, after the fact, it's a completely different world. You can't have the same, you can't make the same judgment when you're marking a trade, when you can see what happened, because you can't unsee that, so it would affect your bias. That's my only gripe with Mac marking so many trades. I wish he'd just mark the genuine trades, because, you know, trying to drum it into new traders. When you're a new trader, you might be taking 10, 20, 30 trades a day. But trying to drum it into the trades, you've got to filter out the crap and keep filtering until you're left with 1 to 3 trades a day. Maybe 1 to 2 in these conditions. But you have to filter out all the average trades, or the rough setups, or the risky ones, or the congested ones. Might be a second entry short, but, you know, that one's a second entry short. You can recount these or count them, so that's a second entry short. But the context says we're congested, so you can't do it. Now, it might work, but you can't take it, you know, because the market's got a way of jumping on you. I'm hoping it continues sideways. You saw the 2 legs down forming. In here, I suppose, yeah, there's, I suppose if you go from there to probably there maybe, and then put that there, something like that. You may go to there. It's usually your biggest pullback. I'd argue that one's slightly bigger. So, you know, I certainly expect. I mean, it's a nice sized channel, that, and that can. I suppose the longer these go, the more the chance they got then of doing a 2-legged correction and then continuing down. So I like what I'm seeing at the moment. I'm happy we're out of here. We've had this. We've pushed back in and we've retested it. Let me zoom that in. We've retested the bottom of that. You can see it a few times there, and we've having none of it straight away. Rejection, and then we've dropped another level. So I think we're going to go sideways until we can get a decent short signal bar, and then wham, I think the bottom's going to fall out, and then we're going to continue on our next leg. I'm just hoping we get a decent signal bar when it does do it, but it does look like it's doing what it's supposed to. You know, uncertainty. I'm only taking my trades here, so what happens? It goes sideways. But a nice push up and a really strong signal bar. You got to jump on it, haven't you? Okay, so this looks like a leg and a leg. If we can push up there and then come down below there, nice and bearish, you can't. You got to take it, I think. So see what happens. But we're getting close to the right sort of area. The problem with that is it an important low? Is it important? I'm not sure what you mean there, Artie. The problem with that is it an important low, right? I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. You might have to reword that a little bit. Go further left. We got nothing down here. Nothing for a week or something. So no. What we have got is, if you look on the daily, let me just get the data now. It's probably still at a new low. Yeah. Okay. So if we can get something really bearish here, that might sort of work okay. You can count that and recount that, but we have like a triple touch there, so we'll have to see what happens here. If this all of a sudden drops nice and bearish, it may not be a bad option. It's certainly coming to the right area, isn't it? You may. I don't even mind if it finishes there and a new bar pushes a bit higher. on the plus side, there should be some stops below here. So if we get a decent signal bar and it pushes below there, we could get a decent push. What we need is a nice solid signal bar, giving us some proper direction. If we get something nice and positive down, might not be a bad way. It's made a new low, so it can go. Yeah, it has, but we're in a we're in a downtrend at the moment, so that you would expect it to continue on down, or if it doesn't do that, maybe a break. Okay. Yeah, I get you. 44.40 may be the target. 44.40 down here. Yeah, if it breaks below here, we may get a quick couple of quick points. You think it'll go back up into the range? It's certainly a possibility, but it tried it there, didn't it? It tried it twice there. It went up once, rejected, went up twice, rejected, then we had a quick drop down. So I don't think it will. It's tried multiple times. We've come down at another run up, so I don't think it will. Okay, short-term trend channel, we've got a break. If we can push up here and then get a nice big bearish bar, we'll see. I think what you have to bear in mind is that bottom as well. This is another one that can trap you. It could be bottoming and it could push in. It's possible. It could do a bunch of stuff. But the fact that it's tried twice already leads me to believe it probably won't, but I might be wrong. You might be right, mate. That'd be quite nice to see that. A push up and another push up, followed by a big bearish bar, or two legs of correction. Same thing, actually, when you think about it. But what we look like we've got one leg and a leg. So there's one leg and one leg. So we'll see. So if we get a nice big bearish bar, really we're waiting for a lower high, I think. It's a bit dangerous just to get into that, I think. Because it has pushed in and it's closed above this line, so it could trap you. So I think it's a safer option to wait for the lower high. Depends how bearish it finishes. See, if you look on the 10,000 tick chart, it is quite a ways from the EMA, so it could trigger that. It could push up or it could come down. It's a bit hard to say. The fact that it's done this is making me concerned. It's tried multiple times to get below there and it's pushed up. So that is not the type of thing where I would expect it continue on down. So who mentioned it might? They think it's going to go back in. I'm starting to think that myself. Fard, isn't it? Ford or Fard? Yeah, you might be right. It looks like a bottoming pattern, that is. It looks like it's coming to the end. We've tried multiple times going back and it's just not having none of it. So I mean, it'll indicate two things: that it may indicate a break and then another run up, or it may indicate back into the range. The way we pushed out quite strong, we may get a leg and then maybe a continuation down. I don't know, but I don't think we're coming down straight away. It's like a war. Yeah, it would be nice to get a leg and a leg, 2 legs of correction, and then some downward stuff. That would be nice. I think that's feasible, actually. It's quite a nice, strong channel down there. So a leg, and then maybe some more. I mean, we've broken out here. We've tried to go back and we've broken out again. So I'm thinking, yeah, a couple of legs of correction and then some downwards. I like that channel. So I would expect it. Although we've got this bit of a bottoming pattern, I'd like to see it continue on down. Whether it will play ball or not is another matter. Okay, so that looks like we may get a break there. Oh, excuse me. that is a bottoming pattern, in my opinion. This could continue up. We could get a leg and a leg. Hopefully, if we can have a second entry long here or a higher low, I might be tempted to take that because that does look like a bottoming pattern. And I think there's a fair possibility we could push back in there. It's hard to say at the moment. You're down, are you? Yeah, part of me is, but it's just the way we've hit that 4 times in the same place, telling me, you know, people might have given up there. I don't know, really. I'm a bit on the fence here. What I was hoping for is a leg and a leg, and then some downward. Trouble is, we're running out of time soon. We got this news; these minutes still come out, so that should give us a few fireworks. So we want to be out really within 30 minutes, I suppose, don't we? Yeah, it could do. See, after a trade channel like that, generally expect to break in a new low, but that to me does look like it's bottoming. We've hit that 4 times. So I don't know. I've just got a funny feeling we may push back in. I hope I'm wrong. Much easier to start trending. Obviously, it's a lot easier to trade a trending channel rather than end up pushing back into this lot of shite, because this has just been so hard to trade. Really, you want to get into a channel, so I'm hoping we have a leg and then a leg down here. Made one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, in the words of the penguin himself, and then down some more. So that's what I'm hoping, and the way we slice through this EMA and we're holding down here, that may be the case. I don't know. I'm a bit. I've got mixed feelings about this. Yeah, no, I'm with you there, mate. I mean, we've been ranging all day, and we have had this one push out the bottom. We made a couple of attempts to go higher, and it rejected it, and then we had that quick drop sideways, and we've had we pushed up, went a little bit sideways at this EMA, we pushed up again, but now we seem to be pushing down quite strongly. So it may be a case of a leg up and a couple of attempts to go higher, and if it does fail, then I think we'll go down some more. And obviously it'd be nice to get I don't know, I'm going blank. Couple of legs of correction I'm thinking of. I don't trade standard pats. Yeah, I think everybody slightly changes. I mean, if you trade 6 ticks, you've slightly adjusted pats even, so it is. But yeah, it is confusing at the moment. It's a bit unclear. 1 minute I'm thinking it may push back in, now I'm thinking we may have some continuation downwards, so I don't know. I can't believe we haven't even had a really good setup. Wait, it's that's what I keep mentioning every day. It seems to be getting less and less. I'm hoping it is just because people are on holiday. Now, granted, lots of people do take their holidays this time of year. There's no arguing about that. And a lot of those people will be traders. So if there's less people trading, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but now the algorithms run the markets. They look for weak points. That's what I know. In fact, I'm going to research this a little bit. But obviously, if you've got large traders trading the markets, they would have more sway. So if there's large traders going short in certain areas, things may be a little bit clearer. But the less the big boys, the large amounts of money, the more you think the ES itself will sort of play the game a bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm just waffling a bit. Yeah, it would be nice, Alex. You're not wrong. I'm hoping we try another push up, and if we do have another push up, then maybe a lower high. I'm thinking then that's a signal for me to try and look for something. I just hope it happens soon, because these minutes are released in an hour, and that will send markets a little bit haywire for a short time. But they are releasing the minutes. He's not talking that, I don't believe. I'm sure Brant mentioned he's not talking. It's just the release of the minutes. So obviously, everything will be bullet pointed quickly. And it'll just may send a few sparks, but I mean, really, we want to be out. I would say sort of really 30 minutes before. So it really only gives us 30 to 40 minutes, which isn't a long time. Things are almost halting at the moment, aren't they? But no setups, you can't take a trade. That's one thing I've learned you can't do. You can't force a trade. You can't make a trade work because you haven't had one all day. It's and you think you can at some point. You think, oh, this one looks good enough, I'll go for it. It does not work that way. But you'll get lucky sometimes, and then you'll start to think, okay, next time I'll do the same, and then it'll sting you. One thing I've learned over the last 2 years is you just have to sit and wait for a setup. It's actually simple when you think about it. Now, obviously, the setups themselves, that requires skill and experience, which takes time, and we're all learning and we're all growing. But ultimately, you have to, put together everything that you've learned and all your experience and make a judgment call. And those judgment calls will improve the more, every sort of 6 months a year that you continue to trade and continue to grow and experience. That's a given. That'll just happen. You'll just get better at reading the markets. If you're seeing them every single day, they'll start to, get a lot clearer at some point. But yeah, as frustrating as it is, how long we've been sat here now? 3.5 hours, not a single trade. But the trouble is, if I'd have risked something, it could have stung me, and I might be sat here now for another 3 hours tomorrow, just trying to make back what I've lost today. So the only option is to sit and wait. Now, if you're trading an evaluation, I think it goes without saying people are a little bit more riskier trading an evaluation, because if you're paying $16 for it, you're not really losing anything. I've got $1,800 in each of my accounts. I don't want to take risks with that, but I'd risk a $16 valuation to try and get an evaluation, pass through. If I was on evaluation, I'd have probably taken that. If I was on evaluation, I may have taken, something else. But Michael, that looks like, when you quick read, that looks like Michael Sheen. But you're talking about Michael Chin, aren't you? Is trading a smart money concept now? Yeah. To be honest with you, when I first started trading, I did a 6-month mentorship with a guy called Andrew Lockwood, who traded in the London Stock Exchange during the 1980s. And he worked for various banks in different places around the world, spent a lot of time in the Far East and in Europe and in London. And he was in Singapore in the mid-early 2000s when everything started to go computerized, and he worked out that he could trade his own money from his own home, and he's got a nice big house on the outskirts of London. And I did a mentorship with him, and he said to me, you got a call with him once a week, and he said to me, find a strategy that works and stick with it. And the trouble is, people they spend 6 months or whatever with a strategy and think, God, this is hard, it doesn't work. And then somebody talks about something else and they try another strategy and they do a bit of time with that. And, I'm a massive believer in this strategy works. I've got no doubts whatsoever. But I suppose, and me as well, I thought, well, how long is a strategy going to take to learn? A couple of months? It doesn't work that way. The strategy, the entries are straightforward, but applying them to the correct context of the market is the real skill. It's making a judgment call when these entries are valid. Look at this. There's no setup, but it's just inching its way down. Bloody bastard. That's so frustrating. But no, there's nothing you can do about this. As frustrating as it is, as much as you want to jump in and throttle the bloody market, it just doesn't work. You know, I think I'm starting to learn to just give in and roll over and just take what it gives me, nothing more. Context is what gets me the most. Absolutely, context is everything. You know, knowing what a second entry short is easy. You can learn that in a couple of minutes, but applying it to the right area of the chart is the real art, and it does take time. And the good thing about failures and making mistakes is they do teach you. You know, you get trapped. I don't get trapped nowhere near as much as I used to because I've learned by getting trapped. But as much as I think it's likely to push below here, until I get some sort of signal bar telling me that we've pushed down and we've tried a couple of times to go higher and we're struggling, then there's nothing you can do. I'm exactly the same as you, bud. I'm stubborn sometimes, and it took me a long time to learn, and I've blown over 200 evaluations just out of damn frustration. It's not working, so okay, I'll attack it with large amounts of contracts and try and get lucky in it, and you will from time to time, but ultimately it'll stitch you up. You can't beat the markets with luck. You might win once or twice, but ultimately the only way you beat these markets is by learning the strategy and the context of the market, by sitting here day after day, week after week, year after year, and watching and learning and watching and learning. That's the only way you beat these markets. And then at some point then it'll come on top. I think, really, to be consistent, I think you're looking at, even for someone who picks it up quick, I think you're looking at a minimum of 2 years, a minimum. And then every year after that, you'll get better and better. But I don't think many people have made consistent, regular money at the 2 year point. I find myself now on the turn from taking stupid trades and being a bit immature about trading and trying to take stupid gambles. I've gone very protective now over my PAs, which I never did before. So that's a good sign. I've gone a little bit extra cautious with my trades, which is another good sign. My patience has crept up. I would have been able to sit here for 3.5 hours 6 months ago and wait for a setup. I'd have tried stuff. I'd have taken stupid trades. Okay, there's a failure. Let's take that one. Now, it happened to work here, but you know what I'm saying. But you do learn after a time, and you learn by throwing money away and making stupid decisions. But I feel now I've left the runway now, and I'm starting to build altitude slowly. And I am starting to get regular payments, regular-ish payments. And those payments have gone from 2,000 to 4,000. So they're growing a little bit, hopefully next month. I'd like to withdraw 1,000 out of each of them, which will give me another 4,000. So, you know, things are starting to, for me, aim in the right direction. But it's taken a lot of frustration and a lot of pissed off days to get here. But you know, I think it's worth it in the end. If you commit to this, I think you'll be successful. As long as you're prepared to just go through all the shit and the pissed off days and the frustration and the broken screens and whatever, tears, anger. It feels like it, bud. You know, some days I've blown another account and I've sat on my desk with my head in my hands in sheer disbelief, feeling physically sick. It's a horrible feeling when things really go wrong and you realise I've spent 10 days trading for nothing. It's horrible. I'm at 15 months and pretty much break even. You're doing well then, mate. What have I had? I've had 10,000 this year, and I'm break even for what I've put into Apex. But I think I'm probably about another 6,000 UK pounds, maybe $8,000 away, including the $5,000 I blew myself, and the computer stuff and that. So maybe another $8,000, which hopefully I'll get that in the next 3 months, maybe 2 to 3 months. Just before Christmas, that's my plan. And then I'll go into Christmas thinking I've got every penny I've got back. And quite a few traders have said to me, when you get back everything you've put into trading, that's when you've made it as a trader. That's when you can say, okay, now I'm getting somewhere. When you've got everything back. So I think that's the first real step into then becoming a profitable trader when you actually make everything back, and then you're on the upwards then. So that's my plan before Christmas, to make so I can sit down. I did it to a degree a couple of months ago, but document every single penny I've put into trading, and then work out what I paid. And that's my plan for Christmas, to go into Christmas knowing that, okay, New Year now begins. I've got everything back. Now I'm starting to make money as opposed to lose it. If you could tell yourself one thing 2 years ago when you first started, what would it be? Don't trade my own money. I'll tell you a quick story. You've not been with us for a while, but I've mentioned this before. I was working as a bricklayer. This was about... it was a little over a year and a half ago. I'd been trading for a month and a half with Pats. I'd done 6 months with this currency guy, but I'd been on this strategy for about 2 months. No, let's say 6 weeks. No, 4 weeks. It was about a month. And for some reason, we had a really nice uptrend, and I was buying at the bottom, and they were working. I was winning sort of 3 trades of every 4. And I thought, this is easy. So I remember on a Friday, I drove 20 miles where I was working at the time, and I pulled into a garage, got myself a coffee, and I sat thinking, and I thought, sod it, I'm going to become a trader. And I remember phoning my boss and said, shove your job. I've got better things to do. And I remember coming home to my wife, and at the time, my mum had just given us a little bit of money. And I said, I'm going to take £3,000 and I'm going to put it into an account, and I'm going to be a trader. And I told her to trust me, and I've been doing it a month. And after about 2 weeks, I'd lost it all. And I put another 2,000 in and lost all that as well. So I would have absolutely said to myself, don't use any of your own money. Stay on a demo for, 6 months, 3 months, whatever, until you can at least pick up the basics. And then if you want a bit of get the feeling what it's like to have that little nervous, excited bit, then have a go at an evaluation when they're $16. So that would have been me. And also I would have said, don't spend $1,000 on a Ninja Trader license, because that's been bloody useless in all fair, whether I'll use it in the future. So those 2 lessons would have saved me £6,000, probably $7,500, $8,000. But yeah, that's how I thought. I've been doing it a month, and I'm technically making money on a demo. It can't be this easy. I had this excited feeling, thinking I'm going to make a fortune here, but I had this little thing in the back of my head saying, it can't be this easy. It just goes to show how wrong I was. And I'm over 2 years, and I'm still realising I'm learning every day, and it's tough. So yeah, that would have been it. Don't put a single penny of your own money into your own account. Yeah. You feel like you're different. Yeah, I definitely feel better about trading. I understand it more now. If you do it every day, which I nearly have done for the last 2 years, you can't help but get what's going on. But there are still times where you get caught out, like yesterday. That trade yesterday, yeah, it was a second entry. It wasn't a terrible looking trade, but there were signs there that it may not be, it may not continue down as strongly as one thinks. So, okay, so we've got this leg down, a little push up here. Still a bit dangerous taking that. But I would have said we may end up getting some more downwards. But yeah, every year you do this, you get better and better. You can't help but not. But yesterday was one of those days where you can get caught out a bit sometimes. Now, that may have gone on a few extra ticks and made me 2 points, and that's it. But sometimes things just don't go to plan. I started with day one traders. I have heard of them, but I think it was my first one. Earn to trade. I think I paid $175, something like that. Just goes to show how cheap they've become. You took that bearish bar. To be honest with you, if I took that bearish bar and it triggered me and stopped me out, and I posted that later, people would go, why the hell did you go short into all that? So from a Pat's point of view, you just can't trade that, in all honesty. If we'd have had maybe something else up here, then yeah, but I mean, literally, you're a tick away from 1, 2, 3, 4 bars that reversed. So it's not a case of not thinking that it's coming down because I am. It's a case of there's no setup, so I can't take it. And I have to wait for a setup, otherwise it goes against everything I've learned. There have been times where I would have taken that. Sometimes they work, but sometimes they don't. But in all honesty, I'm glad you got your points, Matt, I am, but in all honesty, it's not a trade I can take going into the short there. It's too dangerous. I think I'm about 60 grand down over 4 years. Would you really? Ouch. Well, at the end of the day, what I will say is some people spend more money than others, but what I'd say is you're invested in your future. And a lot of people start businesses and put $100,000 or $200,000 into it and don't see a penny's worth of profit for a couple of years. So, you know, it takes time. You can't just stick a couple of $100 into this and expect to make money. It takes time. It's hard. You know, if you've got the luxury of being taken on by a bank and they pay for your training and they train you, then that's one thing. But, you know, we're doing this off our own backs. So as far as I'm concerned, it requires a lot of balls to do that. And you've got to be, you know, a determined type of person, because trading is way harder than I ever dreamt it was. But I kind of like that. Because, you know, when I'm making decent money in a couple of years and someone says to me, oh, show me how to do it. I can have a little chuckle to myself and think, yeah, all right. Not a chance. So we got leg down and that, yeah. I mean, in all fairness, as a Pats trader, you can't get short there. Definitely not, because there's one tick. I mean, you go one tick by the signal bar, you're going short into that. It's not to say it's not going to work, but I think people need to study out of it. That's the hardest thing, John, that I've had to work out, just by getting, because people say you need to be strict and pick the best trades, but you try explaining that to somebody. How strict is strict? On a scale of 1 to 10, how strict is strict? 10? 5? 7? It's so hard. And I think you have to build your own filter up that works with you. And if you can, on average, make a trade a day without too many losses, maybe 2 trades a day, I think you're in the right sort of ballpark. But it's not easy, and it does take time to learn to. You know, someone explained it to me as a forging procedure. It's like you get a piece of metal and you might spend a couple of weeks forging it into, you know, something that's functional. And I like that. That seemed to explain things nice. It's a forging process. Sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes things break down. Sometimes things bend, they crack. Things don't work. But after a time, things will start to work, and that's for me sort of how it goes. That is a big drop, isn't it? I was hoping we may get a bit more. I've got a feeling about today. I mean, we're 10 past now, aren't we? It's frustrating, isn't it? Yeah, as much as tempting as it is, and I get it if some people do that. You know, some people might take that, and they may, you know, if they're taking quite a few points and they're risking 1 to 2 or something, it may work. But from a Pat's point of view, there's no way you can take that trade. It doesn't mean to say it's not going to work. It's just, you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? On YouTube, a guy's lost around 200 grand. Ouch. Yeah, $30 a month. Yeah, I think that's okay. That you have got to limit yourself. You can't just keep chucking money about it. I mean, if you've got a lot of spare income, then that's one thing. But not all of us have. I certainly haven't. I was kind of hoping we may get another a nod from Apex with another offer on. I believe this one finishes on Friday. So hopefully we'll have an 80%. I'm guessing we're going to have an 80%, and I think we'll have a 90% during the Labour Day weekend, maybe leading up to it. It is frustrating to see that big move down and no honest real entries. As tempting as that is, and in some cases I may take that, but the fact is we at the time we had this big support level here, so it just makes it risky, and you have to pay attention to these. There's no argument, because it could bounce here and push up. So as frustrating as it is, it's just one of those things. I traded 2 years of random as PA on futures and started learning max PA 2 years ago. Yeah, I definitely believe in it. I do. It's not easy and it does take time, but I absolutely believe it's a solid strategy. And when you get good setups and you take them, they work. I'm trading dumb money concept. Yeah, been there, done that, mate. I've thrown 10 evaluations away in one night. I sat here one night after trading, and I like a bit of single malt whiskey, and I sat here and I had about 6 doubles. By the end of the night, I'd blown about 10 evaluations. Fortunately, they were at 90% off at the time, but I came the next morning and I thought, what the fuck have I done? You do some stupid stuff, you do. That's just out of frustration. We do some stupid stuff, I gotta say. But I suppose it's all part of the journey. It's anger, isn't it? You're frustrated and angry with the markets, and you try and battle them. And in the end, you just got to put your hands up and say, I've got to go with you. You show me a trade and I'll take it, and that's it. That's the bottom line. I've got a bad feeling about today. But I'd rather go away on zero. I haven't lost anything. But yeah, everyone does stupid stuff. We've all taken stupid risks. If anybody says they haven't, they're a liar. Have you ever lost in the markets that you shed literal tears? I've got very close to it, put it this way. I've put my head in my hands and felt like I'm not far away from getting a lump in my throat, literally. Yeah, I have. It's a horrible, sickening feeling. But what I'll say, the more I stopped doing it and the more I played by the rules, the less that feeling you get. And it's nice, because the more of that horrible feeling you get, the more drained it takes it out of you. It drains you. And you sort of feel like you've got a constant thick head, and your eyes feel like you're squinting all the time, and it drains you. It wears you away. And when you have a period of time where you're sitting patiently, you're taking trades, and you start to see things working, you get a bit of a lift then. Until yesterday, you end up losing $320 in a trade that you thought was a gold mine. But I was itching to carry on and trade yesterday, but I had to force myself to walk away. And when I woke up this morning, I felt calm, and I thought I made a good decision to do that. But it is hard. It's so hard to walk away when you've had a loss for the day. It will never be a master. No. You'll never really master the markets. You'll get very competent at it. But I think to a degree, every day is a school day, isn't it? Every day there's something to be learned. You will get very good at it. But whether you master it, I don't know. I doubt it. Do you know what? I'm hoping we may end up getting something like that. Somebody mentioned the 20s earlier, which, fun enough, is down here. So if you look on Bookmap, hold on a second. I've just got Bookmap up. This isn't the live version. Okay, here we go. Okay, now we got some liquidity down here at 2030, so I think it's likely we're going to continue down, but we have had a break of this in a new low, But I don't think we're done with the downside, in all fairness. So if we can get a decent setup, and it's going to have to be a decent one. Yeah, see, I don't like any type of channel there. That's the bit that's making me a bit nervous. I was just thinking about that, you know. Obviously, we'll move it to there, but it may incorporate that. In fact, that actually kind of works all right, in all fairness. Oh, yeah. Okay, no argument there. Good call, that, mate. Who's that? Rapid Rob. I like that, mate. Rapid Rob. You're on my happy list today. Okay, so we're going from here. Touching, close enough. Touching, working along nice. Okay, yeah, good. Good call. I did consider that. I thought this may end up coming to here, but no, that actually works out pretty nice. In all fairness, no argument with you there, my friend. Touch there, touch there. There you go, those first two swings. Close enough there. Obviously, we're very bearish here, so we're not getting close to this, but we come up here, dropped. So if we can get somewhere around here, not bad at all. Yeah, it's all right, that. Watch you for some time. Excellent. Nice to see some of you guys coming from the quiet and dingy background into the limelight. Yeah, good call, that, mate. So leg down there, which I moved. Okay, so yeah, I like that. That's another reason why this stream is good for us all, because, you know, sometimes you miss things, you know. But that, to me, just the angle just seems to fall really nice. So I just hope we get a bit of an offering before, because that we got that news coming at some point. So some point you got to put your pen and paper down and wait. But it's kind of a bit slow here. Trouble is, now we've had this channel drawn, it's very easy to go, I'd take that trade, I'd take that trade, I'd take that trade. You can't do that before, you just can't. Now, if I come, like I say, if I set the chart now and said, okay, where's the trade for the day? Definitely one there, look at that, because I can see what's happened. Okay, break VA, definitely trade there. In all fairness, you can't because of that, but you see what I'm saying? It's very easy. You're in this short, are you? Here. Too far away from the MA for me, to be honest with you. I want to get back up here, really. I can't see any... It's just too far. It's going a bit sideways here, so it could do anything here. The trouble is, when it's going like this, when it goes sideways like this, it looks for weak spots, and if you've gone short there, it may well trigger you. Sometimes it creates traps. There's not a lot of people trading here, see, so it looks for weak points. I wish Mac marked the something setups that don't work. Yeah, sometimes he misses trades that I wish he'd talk about. I wish we could have a bit more open dialogue with Mac. Maybe ask him to sort of, I don't know, I've asked before about pointing out the trades he takes, and he sort of declined to sort of answer, really, to a degree. Not nastily, but I don't know. I wish he'd just mark a few trades a day, the genuine ones. Because if you're learning to take those trades, they're the trades, when you're inexperienced, you need pointing out. I'm only about 1 year into trading. I can relate in most everything you say. I think we all can, buddy. Excellent job being patient there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good luck, my friend. Yeah, good luck to you, pal. Absolutely. Yeah, I think we can all relate. It's a real journey of trading, isn't it? And once you've been on that journey for a while, even at, you know, maybe 3 to 6 months, you start to get a feel for that. It's a bit of a rocky old road. But, you know, if you keep persistent, there is a big failure rate in trading. Now, I can tell you, and I'm 100% convinced, it's not because you're not capable of doing it. It's because you give up because it's too hard. I think anybody, unless you may, I don't know, if you've got a real issue with gambling or any strong addictions like that, it may be not for you. But I think most can do this. But I think the bit that collapses most people is just how tough and frustrating it is. And the money you just keep piling in. That's why people fail. Not from lack of ability, because anybody can learn this sort of stuff. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. If you've got half a brain, you can learn this stuff. Do you trade the double trap that Thomas talks about? No, I don't actually. I've probably not paid too much attention for that. That is probably something else I'll need to learn at some point. I will trade traps, so which is sort of a failure really. If obviously if we've got a second entry long, which triggers and then comes down, I'll trade the trap that way. In a market, but the double trap, I've heard him talk about that. I've not. There's gaps in your learning, isn't there? There's not too much I've looked into really, but it is something that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to start expanding my vocabulary of trade choices because I mentioned earlier that Daniel took one, which I wouldn't have necessarily seen, but which kind of make perfect sense. So it's just it's a constant. It's a constant school day, isn't it, for want of a better word? People tell you to be patient, but if you don't have a good consistency strategy, your patience will do nothing. Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah, absolutely agree. It's sort of, they all sort of come in hand, really. And when you eventually get a good marriage of all these different components, you should start to see some success. Which I'm finding now things. I still have the odd off day, but if you look back over my trades, I'm winning more than I'm losing, and I'm building money, and they are still, my accounts are building up, and I'm getting extra cautious about them. The mentality, oh, absolutely, yeah, it is. It's by far the hardest thing I've ever done. Excuse me a second. Sorry about that. So we could got backside in. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm starting to think the day's running short. Actually, the news is in a little over 30 minutes. Okay, so the good thing is we've still come right back to this side. So if we can get something around here, may not be a bad shout. 2 legs up. Yeah, I'm sure there probably is 2 legs in there. It's not obvious, but I would say probably something along the lines of that. I'd like to see a little break of this channel because it's clearly a little channel. I might see a break at a new high and then. But what you've got to be careful of, and I've done this myself, as the days start to run out, you don't want to let your strictness, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, you don't want to let your guard down and think, oh yeah, I'll take that one, because you're running out of time. I've done that myself quite a few times. Yeah, I've done it myself, sat here for 4 hours, and in the last 5 minutes took a half shit trade and gone down. You know, if I go away on zero for the day, I have a nice relaxing evening because I've done my job. My job is to sit here and wait for trades. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing been worthy of a trade, in all honesty. After the fact, yeah, you'd have taken that one. Of course, you'd have done that one maybe, but in all honesty, during, you just can't do it. So, but yeah, you got to be so careful because the last thing you want to do is sit here for 4 hours, take a crap trade, and then have a shit evening because you're, I don't know, $200-300 down per account. So the only reason I'll get interested in it is if we have a break in a new high and then something very bearish or a lower high. But I am aware that the news is fastly approaching. So I may have to. I'm going to give it another 10 minutes. If I've not had anything in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to knock it on the head. You're still thinking 44.28, mate. If you get some negative news, it'll be down there really quick. We're not that far away actually, and I think the closer we get to that, I think the more chance we've got of making that measured leg. But obviously, the news will dictate whether we continue on down or whether we indeed turn and work back up. But if you look on the 10,000 tick chart, it makes it a bit clearer for a leg and a leg, one leg and another leg. But I think you can definitely see a trade there. Trend channel. Mental energy drains the apps. Absolute does, mate. Just because you're sitting on your arse doesn't mean your brain's not constantly ticking over. Not just that, it's you got those slightly increased sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Heart rate, slightly increased stress levels. We all do something stressful. It takes it out of you. Absolutely. It makes you more tired than physical stuff in most cases. Did that yesterday. One took my last ever. Yeah. Okay, so we've had a little bit of a break of this channel, so I'd like to see a higher low. See, we're holding under the EMA. Now, you could stupidly just do a selling and it could drop down and give you 10 points. But all that does is tells you, well, I'll try that again. So as much as we're pushing up, we're struggling to get above this EMA, it looks like it may have a drop. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, I half expected a quick drop. I thought it may keep going down actually for a minute. But we've had a break out of it. If we can get some, I don't know. Trouble is, we don't always. We had a channel out there and we had a break of it. We didn't really get a new high, so. But as with it, we're quite a ways from the top of the channel. There is room, but to me, it just looks like it's just going to continue on down. And the good thing is we've clearly come right back to this side as well. So the channel's played out right from one side to the other. So there's no reason why we couldn't continue down. I do wonder whether there'll be any stops under there. We need a leg and a leg, at least up to here. But the trouble is, this market's working that slow at the moment. This news is fast approaching, so it takes us 10 or 12 minutes to get up to here. We may not have enough time to safely get in and out of a trade if one appears. It's happened actually the last couple of times. We've had some news the other day, didn't we? Was it a second? It was a second, really nice second entry short right on the news. I know Marco marked it. He didn't mention the news, but it was high impact news. So I left it. It's happened a couple of times that you get a really nice trade right on the news. It's frustrating. Okay, now push up. Come on. So there's our break. Now we need to push up. Yeah, I think we're running out of time, in all honesty. That'd be nice, mate, wouldn't it? I'll have to be quick, though. Nothing worse than being stuck in it going sideways like that and the news is coming up. I've had that before. Yeah, see, that's sort of tempting. Trouble is, I mean, in a strong downtrend, something like that can just continue down and take out any possible longs, but in all honesty, you just can't do it. Yeah, there is a possibility of a range. I'm not too fussed about it. If we can get a leg and then a leg and something decent, I'm not too worried about it's going sideways a bit. A lot of the times it'll do that until it gets to sort of, you know, the edge of this bar and then down it'll go. So for me at the moment, it's more of a little channel with a break. But it needs to get up here, really. But that news is in 25 minutes and counting. Sometimes certain news doesn't make a massive difference, but you can usually tell if you're looking at bookmap because there usually ends up a big channel of black where everyone gets out of their positions. And when that happens, I think it usually means that the people are expecting some fireworks. It is frustrating that when something's setting up that looks like maybe a trade, and when you've sat here all day and it's happening close to the news. There is liquidity at 40, which is here. So let's have a look. Sell orders there. So if it does push up and clips that, it may hit some short orders and that might drop it. So far, I kind of like what's going on so far. Let's just slide that out of the way a bit so it doesn't get in the way. And that for now. Be nice to close here actually and have a little push up there, hit that 440 level and then drop bearish. And then it will trigger us and then go sideways for the next 30 minutes. No, it's going to have to be a really good looking bar to get me interested, because if it's a good looking short, lots of traders will take it. And if a lot of traders go short, they generally moves a lot quicker. So there is orders around the, not masses of them, but there's orders around the 440. Yeah, the stronger liquidity is at the 440 and down here at 4,300. So if we can nick this, then we may end up pushing down. But the trouble is, this time is really ticking away and market's moving really slow. Go on, have a little push. What I won't do is get into a trade. If we click with that 15 minutes too, because the last thing you want to be doing is stuck sideways. Yeah, it could be guys taking profits. The trouble is, it's not the most attractive place to buy, but obviously someone is. Okay, so we've had this channel, we've had a break, and we've had a new high. So that's played out. I'd like to hit this level here. So, not huge amounts of orders, but no, I don't think so either, mate. Okay, so let's just draw these legs. There's a leg there and a leg there. Well, actually, we're more than up, in fact. Would you go here? No, there. We're actually over the measured leg. So that's more than played out. It's definitely a leg and a leg. No, it's not looking good, is it? Yeah, it would be. Trouble is, we're 19 minutes away from this news. So if it takes you 5 minutes to get in here, you're really cutting it fine. possible. I actually kind of like how that fits. So it fits nice along the backside. I mean, just a glance of it, it looks right, doesn't it? But I don't think we're going to get... It's getting to the news now, and I don't want to be stuck in a trade because the last thing you want to do is get a massive move. You've got a 2-point... I've done it before. I've had a 2-point stop, and it's turned into a 5-point stop. It pushes through it that quick that it takes you out. When it goes in your direction, if it moves in your direction, it only makes you the profit. But when it goes in the opposite direction, it can take you out for more points. So I don't know what's going on here. It's hard price action today. It looks kind of nice at first glance, but it's not. It's hard. There's not a lot of setups. So I'm done for the day. It's been a tough day, another tough day. But unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do about it. As frustrating as it is, what can you do? You can't force trades. If you do, you'll fail. We have gone up and touched that, but the trouble is that news is in 15 minutes now. It's just not worth it. People will be starting to get out now. Anytime, Chris. So, yeah, I'm done for the day, folks. So that's me. Frustrating 4 hours and 20 minutes without a setup. But, sometimes it happens. But hopefully, when we get some of these, the next couple of weeks, we get some of these institutional guys back at work. Hopefully, we may... you take it easy, bud. You have a good night as well. I'm going to go and have my dinner. I'm going to have a nice glass of single malt and put my feet up. But I'm quite happy to walk away on zero. There's no stresses with zero because I've done my job. Unfortunate is there's no trade. I haven't done anything stupid and I've stuck to my guns. So all good. It would have been nice to get a result, but there you go. Some you win, some you lose. But I'm just glad I haven't done anything stupid. So I'm getting better days in along that line. So yeah, take it easy, guys. So I appreciate all your comments. That's me done for the day. I always save my chart images, so I will be back same time tomorrow, and hopefully we may. But as the markets are a bit quiet lately, I'm probably going to start trading an extra hour, maybe up until 7, maybe half 2 till 7. Because to be honest with you, the longer sit here, the more your odds are of getting a trade. So sometimes I have a look at the chart the following day and I see a couple of trades. I mean, we had that little push up yesterday there. You know what I mean? There's your first entry. There was a sort of... So, sometimes you just got to put a few more hours in. I've got not a problem with that. So maybe we'll start trading just an extra hour a day, just when things are tough at the moment, because, you can't sustain not earning anything every day, but so there you go. So have a great evening, guys. Appreciate all your comments. Stay safe, and I'll be back here again tomorrow, and we will do it all again. Bye for now.